Good morning. It is 10 o'clock, and I will call the meeting of the Douglas County Board of County Commissioners on October 17th, 2024 to order. And the first order of business is the Pledge of Allegiance. And today it's my privilege to lead us. If you'll stand. And join me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. All right, the first thing that we do when we start a meeting after the pledge is public comment. The Board of County Commissioners conducts the business of Douglas County and its citizens during its meetings. The board may impose reasonable, content-neutral restrictions on public comments, such as comments that are on topics that are not within the jurisdiction, authority, or control of the Board of County Commissioners, or if the content of the comment is willfully disruptive of the meetings by being irrelevant, repetitious, slanderous, offensive, inflammatory, irrational, or amounts to a personal attack or interferes with the rights of other speakers. The presiding officer may order the removal of any person whose statement or other conduct disrupts the orderly, efficient, or safe conduct of the meeting. Warning against disruptive comments or behavior may or may not be given prior to removal. Hand clapping, making remarks or gestures from the audience that may be interruptive, interfere, or prevent any speaker from commenting should not appear. The Board of County Commissioners can deliberate or take action only if a matter has been listed on an agenda properly posted prior to the meeting. During the public comment period, speakers may address matters listed or not listed on the published agenda as long as these matters are within the jurisdiction and control of the Board of County Commissioners. The open meeting law does not expressly prohibit responses to public comments by the commissioners. However, responses from the commissioners to unlisted public comment topics could become deliberations in a matter without being noticed to the public. On the advice of counsel, and to ensure the public has notice of all matters of the County Board of County Commissioners that will consider. Commissioners may choose not to respond to public comments except to correct factual inaccuracies, ask clarifying questions, or to ask that a matter be listed on a future agenda. Public comment is limited to 3 minutes per speaker unless additional time is granted by the board chairman. The Board of Commissioners uses timing lights to ensure that everyone has an opportunity to speak. You will see a green light when you begin, then a yellow light which indicates you have 30 seconds left and you should conclude your comments. Once the light turns red, please sit down. In addition to that, since this is a polling place, the Deputy District Attorney has a further admonition.
Thank you so much, Chairman. Doug Ritchie with the Douglas County District Attorney's Office. As all of you are aware, it's an election season. This building is a polling place. Therefore, electioneering activities are prohibited within the building. That includes public comment that is related to any political action, either for or against any candidate, any ballot question, anything that the voters might be able to vote on, recalls. There's some petitions I know that are out there. So please refrain from engaging during public comment in any electioneering activity, which again means something that the people will be voting on or could vote on. Anyone who violates this is guilty of a gross misdemeanor. So again, I'd urge you to focus your public comment on items that are within the jurisdiction and control of the Board of County Commissioners, excluding for today things that are political campaign type issues. If anyone has any questions, please let me know, but Basically, if you can vote on it, don't bring it up today in this building. You're free to do it outside, 100 feet away, but not inside this building. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, sir. And with that, public comment is now open.
Jim Jackson. At the last meeting, there was a conversation between myself and Commissioner Gardner. And Commissioner Gardner, I need to apologize to you because the conversation turned into a yelling match, and that is not what I like to do. I don't apologize for what the content of the match was about, but the method of delivery, and I do apologize. However, we are very upset about the decision that was made at that meeting. We've elected you to put you in office to take care of the welfare, the safety, and the lifestyles of the citizens of this county. And to put us first in the decisions that you make, not some other entity, but the citizens that have elected you to this office. You failed to do that at the last meeting. You've put an entity in position to create havoc, unsafe conditions, and to change the lifestyle of a good 10 to 15% of your electorate. There's 6,000 to 10,000 people in that area. The comment was made that it's only 6,000 people. Well, like I've said in other meetings, what you do to one area of the county, you're as apt to do it to another area of the county. So nobody in the county should feel safe from the decisions that you make. I wrote notes this time so I wouldn't forget things. So, when you approach the last item where you say all the things that you've done and pat yourselves on the back, when you're through with that, I'd like you to turn to each other and give each other a good swift kick in the backside for what you've done to us. It was unconscionable. We're not going to sit by and just let this happen. We're looking at all the options that we have now. There's a lot of different ones. And you will regret the decision that you made because you threw a lot of the voters in this county under the bus. And that was unconscionable. There were many ways that that could have been done in a much better way, but it wasn't. And the people are extremely upset. I mean, more upset than I have ever seen before. So anyway, I'm sure I'm forgetting something, but you get the gist of my conversation. So, thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Okay, I am Robert Byron, B-Y-R-E-N, a resident of Hidden Woods and a member of the Tahoe East Shore Alliance Tech Team. I am here to inform the board that NDOT has prepared an intersection control evaluation, or ICE report, that calls for installing a 3-leg roundabout on the intersection of State Route 28 with US Highway 50 at Spooner Junction. With the aid of this old-school teleprompter and my chart, I would like to make a few points. A more detailed discussion was submitted as written public comment with the ICE report. First, following my presentation to the Nevada Transportation Board this past April, I had a long discussion about the intersection design with Scott Hine, NDOT's new Assistant Director for Engineering, who replaced Darren Tefford. U.S. Representative Mark Amodei was also at the meeting and famously stated, "I hate roundabouts." Well, as a result, Director Hine agreed to include a version of Tessa's trumpet-style interchange, which is shown here in Alternative 3. I don't know if you can see that, but and we thank Scott very much for that. However, despite the mandate from Governor Lombardo and this board's own unanimous 2024 resolution number 31, NDOT and its new contractor, CA Group, Inc., failed to include wildfire evacuation or emergency management in this ICE report. In fact, evacuation was not even mentioned once. The only real evaluation criterion was safety, citing speed as a determining factor. But again, NDOT failed to recognize that US Highway 50 is a rural, mountainous arterial subject to severe winter weather, and that the vast majority of accidents are not attributable to speed in excess of the posted limit, but rather driver impairment and degraded driving conditions, as Tessa's analysis has shown. And many of the serious accidents are due to driver frustration, with left turn cues, racing to sneak through the traffic flow or merge into it. We can all agree that roundabouts do slow traffic, and that slower speeds in general result in fewer fatal and other serious accidents. The problem is that even a 2-lane roundabout will create severe congestion during an evacuation. An NDOT selected roundabout design lacks the bypass features necessary to accommodate 3 egress lanes for evacuation, with 1 ingress lane for emergency vehicles. This contraflow is very tough to accomplish with a roundabout, even with dedicated bypass lanes. Tessa's proposed trumpet interchange, shown up here, uses grade separation to eliminate left turn movements and provides unimpeded traffic flow in all directions. Most importantly, it provides the 3 ingress lanes and 1 egress lanes and 1 ingress lane without reconfiguration or bypass. And with the flashing interactive LED signage and the heightened speed enforcement that Sheriff Coverly's office is already providing, I'm sorry, I'll just finish. The trumpet
Thank you, sir.
interchange is more expensive, but it will be safer for all traffic classes. We are therefore
your
asked for
time
your
is up. I'm
support.
sorry.
I know. And
Is Ron Conway? Okay. My wife and my house back up to Johnson Lane on the last block. We have the sign in it in the backyard, 4 foot by 4 foot, so I'm not hard to find. The last meeting, it was a disgrace what this board did. You said that, you had to think about the rest of the residents. What are you going to do to them next time? Sorry, I'll call it like I see it. You were completely wrong, Commissioner Gardner, about permit and toll roads. Toll roads are illegal. Permit roads are done every day by the state of Nevada and every other state in the union. Every single day they issue permits for roads. Roads you can go on and roads you can't. Restrictions for doing it. Restrictions for not doing it. Every day. So I guess they're doing something illegal. I don't think so. You liked my idea about technology, but neither one of you slowed down or stopped and said, let's look at this. You rushed and put it in. Day one, Monday morning, first thing, Knox took a dozer out to BLM land to start working on that road. Guess where he drove out? Down Johnson Lane, turn left onto Fremont. Road he's not supposed to be on. Day one, first thing. You going to tell me he's going to follow anything of what you asked? He's not. You said he was a good citizen. No, he's not. He didn't invite or ask the residents one single question. In fact, way back in 2020, their representatives had her and said, we don't care about the residents. It's not our concern. When the commission asked them why they were here, what they were bringing, no, we're just here as a courtesy. We don't care. So that's not a good citizen. That's simply not. How can you? I can't. It's unfathomable. Thank you for your time.
No mask this time. My name is Jay Herbert, and I am here to speak about the Johnson Lane issue as well. 2 weeks ago, 3 of you succumbed to the most primal of emotions, fear. Fear of being sued. One of you eventually actually did take the time to talk to the assistant district attorney to find out that an ordinance limiting traffic on a residential road to residential traffic was defensible in court. I want to repeat that. An ordinance limiting residential traffic on a residential road is defensible in court. You all refer to the Vegas case. In the Vegas case, the council said, you, the owner of the property that is zoned for residential construction, cannot build houses on it. And to add to that, we're going to condemn 17 acres of that property. Nothing like what was discussed with respect to the road. Having a road where residential traffic can drive on does not stop Knox from making a mine. They just have to go a different route out. I'm going to repeat that. One person on this entire council did the right thing and found out that what they were doing was defensible. But your fear of an unrealistic lawsuit stopped you from doing the right thing. Why am I here right now? To remind you to do the right thing and do what you said you would do. My previous commenter said on the very first day we had dozers going down roads they shouldn't go down. The reason I am here is yesterday, double bottom, empty gravel trucks going to work on that road were driving down Vicky. These people are not going to follow the rules. As a matter of fact, they've already broke it twice in a week. You said that you would put in an ordinance preventing traffic between Johnson Lane and Stephanie that was not other than residential traffic. I'm calling you to do that and also add to that no trucks going down Stephanie. The second part of that is you need to have in that ordinance something that holds them accountable, significant fines to both the truckers and to Knox. Knox will say, we're not responsible for that. We can't do anything about that. Guess what? They threatened to sue you, and you did what they wanted. Have them tell their truckers to follow the rules, or they will not be able to use that mine for materials. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Warren Rowe. I'm a resident of the Ranchos. I believe it's Phase 3. I live about a block away from the sand pits back there. I have a little bit of a different issue. It's not on anybody's agenda. My goal here today is to maybe get it on an agenda or get me pointed in the right direction. I've been a resident for 13 years. 2 years ago, I purchased a 24-foot camping trailer. I admit I was ignorant of the code because for the past 13 years I've been driving through that neighborhood on my way to and from work. There's trailers, RVs, boats, you name it, they're parked everywhere. Many of us live in cul-de-sacs where there's not much traffic. Typically, it's typically residents and delivery vehicles. A great many of the community have recreational vehicles or utility equipment parked in our driveway, on our own property where it's in good repair and not a danger to traffic. It's not impeding the sidewalks. It's not parked on the street. No one's living in them. I bought my camper 2 years ago. I picked its size specifically so it could be stored on my property without blocking the street or sidewalk. I didn't check the county codes because there's trailers everywhere. I went through that. Roughly 700 violation notices have been sent out to residents of the Ranchos only because of a handful of general complaints. I had nothing specifically pointing at me. Douglas County is a rural community. Where are 700 people going to find storage for their vehicles? It seems the only benefit to enforcing this code now would be to the owners of those storage facilities. I think it's time to rethink the code. It needs updating. Why are you exempt if you live on more than a half acre? How is it enforced? If I have it on my property while preparing for a trip and the code enforcer happens by and takes a picture, I get a $250 per day fine, backdated. Why just the ranchos? What about the people that were camping when the code enforcer came by? If they came by 1 week earlier, my camper would have been in Yosemite, and I would not have received a violation notice. How can a handful of general complainants be allowed to displace the personal property of 700 or more residents, many of whom are retired senior citizens and on fixed incomes? We moved here and live here because of the freedom a rural community provides. I have some possible ideas, and I would just like to maybe have you consider this for open discussion as maybe an agenda item, or at the very least, point me to where I go next. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir.
Good morning. I've spoken to this board before about my objections to Painted Rock Mine, PK Klein. So unless you chose not to listen or read my very solid arguments, you know what they are. I moved from Chicago, where they know a little bit about dirty politics. However, in Northern Nevada, you really take the cake. I stand before you in total and utter disbelief that you approved a private party's proposal over the strenuous and clear opposition of a community of your constituents that is 10,000 strong. How could you totally ignore those who placed their faith in you and who elected you to protect our health, safety, and property values? We did not oppose the mine on the Native American allotments, if that is their right. All we asked was for an alternate route, other than down a 2-lane county road through a well-established and heavily residential area. Instead, you capitulated, and in doing so, tried to pull a fast one when you moved this to your October 3 agenda, well before the date you previously set to consider the PRM issues, November 7th, 2024. It's been 4 years since Knox tried to slip this project under the noses of the county, commissioners, and the community. Did you not understand your duties and responsibilities to your community or the scope and breadth of your powers as commissioners? That you have unquestionable jurisdiction over county roads in this county? Did you not even consider bringing in experts to counter the faulty findings of federal agencies or seek expert advice about various options available to you as a board to deal with this extremely difficult situation? Did you not recognize that you were in way over your heads? And then you compounded this travesty by forfeiting our rights in the affected community by dropping the appeal of the flawed and faulty third EA, which your own county staff viewed as defective. Why do our rights as taxpayers and constituents take a second and losing place to a private company so that we bear the company's costs of doing business? We disdain your false statements of compassion. They ring hollow in light of your railroading this action through while ignoring 750 signatures opposing your acceptance of a toothless, unenforceable, ridiculous agreement with a private company who took you to the cleaners. Did you not even realize how they compromised this board and all of the community's stakeholders? To the three of you who voted in favor, I will fight to my last breath to oppose any of you who decide to run for any public office in the future in light of your inability and unwillingness to represent those who made it possible for you to be in the office you occupy. I hope you three have many sleepless nights. You should be deeply and profoundly ashamed. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Ellie Waller, I believe the process for the South Shore Area Plan went afoul in June of 2013, starting at the TRPA Regional Plan Implementation Committee. I was not a Douglas County resident at that time, but provided comprehensive comments that the plan was not sufficiently vetted. Today, I believe the Douglas County staff was not made sufficiently aware of the ramifications of the Memorandum of Understanding and future land use decisions that would not be in their purview or yours. Fast forward today, we have yet another issue. Barton Public Information Officer reported October 12th. Barton has been working with experts on the environmental analysis of this project this past year and now has direction from TRPA on the type of reported requirements to move forward. Once an environmental assessment is complete, meetings will be scheduled with the regulatory bodies in furtherance of this project approval. An environmental assessment, in my opinion, is unacceptable for a healthcare district and a hospital. The TRPA has never analyzed these proposed options and was not analyzed in the 2012 regional plan update. I participated in that process for 7 years. My opinion, TRPA's abuse of discretion needs to be challenged by this board and certainly will be challenged by me. I've been commenting before the TRPA for 20 plus years. The South Shore Area Plan is the worst process I've ever seen. I do not believe county staff or the county manager's office was provided enough information 2 years ago on how this process should unfold. Has the environmental consultant, Ascent Environmental, wasted Douglas County budget? And how will staff be directed by you to get accountability for the funds spent to date? That could be in conflict with what TRPA is also doing. Duplicity again. The SSAP process has lack of clear direction. Do we have an actual draft for public review as posted on the Douglas County webpage? Standards and guidelines were also posted, but most of the public doesn't know they should even look and comment on those. Next, a recent article for your interest. Nonprofit hospitals save $37 billion in taxes. A study aims to give taxpayers and elected officials a better understanding of tax relief nonprofits get in exchange for providing community benefits. The equation is really a contract between taxpayers and nonprofit hospitals. The nonprofits provide benefits to the community. They receive tax benefits. We don't know in how much. The state and local elected officials who make decisions on budgets need to better understand these tax exemptions where that money equated to what could be paid to schools, firehouses, and police. The hospitals collected $25.7 billion in tax breaks, more than they paid out to communities. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Good morning. Julie Duda, Gardnerville. During the last month, I've made comments on the proposed 35% trash rate hike. The main points being, number one, the need for a salary benefit cost allocation to be reviewed and enforced. Number two, the need for an audit of expenses to verify the integrity of the costs charged to the trash fund. Number three, the need for county oversight before a 35% rate hike is approved. Number four, the additional cost to the trash customers of this one town is $1 million over two years. Number five, a 35% hike is 10 times more than the July rate hike granted for the private trash company Douglas Disposal. An example of a trash customer who thought the rate hike was 3.5% until he put on his glasses. A 3.5% rate hike is reasonable. A 35% rate hike is not. A related item is the lack of trash options. The town has a one-size-fits-all approach with a 90-gallon tote. In comparison, the private trash company offers many options, including a mini 20-gallon option. If one town can hike fees by 35% without first auditing expenses and reviewing salary benefit cost allocation, will other towns do the same? Clearly, more oversight is required. The county has fiduciary action to take. So I'm asking for county oversight and action on the trash rate hike.
Thank you. Any further public comment?
Jim Lee for the record. Thank you, commissioners, for the work that you do here on behalf of our beautiful Carson Valley, Douglas County. I'm here to speak against the proposed political rally at the airport. Our airport is not the appropriate venue for a political rally, a go-kart race down the runway, a beauty pageant, or any other non-related aviation event, which negatively impacts the normal operations of the airport and the airport users. We don't want to set a precedent for other political parties who want to lease our airport grounds and shut down operations just because we are practically giving away the use of the airport for next to nothing. 6 out of 7 airport advisory committee members, of which I'm a member, are against the rally. 6 of 7. I obtained signatures for a petition by approaching open hangars and businesses. This is a collection of nonpartisan opponents to the rally. Every business at the airport would lose money. How would they get reimbursed? They won't. The appropriate venue for this event is our new, beautiful Tahoe Blue Event Center. That's what it was built for. That's what it can house as far as parking, safety, security, etc. But I can guess that would cost, it would actually provide many more thousands of dollars to the county coffers than the meager amount that you're going to get from renting out the airport. The negative impact to the airport is longer lasting than just the day of the event. Already, our airport manager and public works director have spent untold hours preparing for this eventuality. And this is only the beginning of the time that will be spent by every worker at the airport from this day forward if this permit passes. Heather has done an excellent job at the airport, but I fear that all of her normal duties will end, and all of her time, 100% of her time, will now be spent preparing for this non-aviation related event. I note that the treasurer of the rally, one Bradley Crate, is already being investigated by the Federal Election Commission. Will we even get paid? What about aircraft owners, business owners who lease the area and sell fuel? HUD Aviation is a bit miffed that no one has approached them about any of this. And they lease the entire area that this event will take place on and are responsible for the safety of the fuel. So things like smoking around the fuel farm, who's going to police that? Many, many other issues. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
I'm on. Hi, Lori Riccardi. I live in Gardnerville. I'm also a hangar owner and the former owner of Soaring NV. So I'm also speaking to the rally. The airport is not a fairground, a concert venue, or a place that is meant for anything but aviation-related activities. This will be a very disruptive event. Airport users locked out, airport businesses shuttered, thousands of cars. He is already so popular here. Is this event necessary? So when is it? The 2nd, the 3rd, or the 4th? And we're leaving this up to the Secret Service? The disruption is likely to be 24 hours or more. So when do the paying tenants and businesses of the airport find out when they will be closed down? Unlike the air show, which had exhaustive parking plans involving all the fields surrounding the airport, this event has none, even though similar attendance is predicted. We can expect attendees to park along 395 as they did last time, where the speed limit is 65 miles an hour. And will they be walking? Is there a bus plan? Are there going to be bus stops? And while people tend to dribble in before an event starts, when it's over, the crowd tends to leave all at once. Is that going to be in the dark? I mean, is anybody questioning the safety of this? I did a quick internet search and turned up a really sketchy pattern of the Trump organization paying bills, or rather not paying bills, for local police and fire services. Now, this information is not from HuffPost or the New Republic. Even I would question that. I actually looked into a fact-checking organization called Verify, and they have documented conversations with 10 officials, 10 different cities, including Spokane, Washington, Mesa, Arizona, El Paso, Texas, who confirmed that the costs for public safety had not been reimbursed. One specific example is in Erie, Pennsylvania, where Communications Director Rob Lee confirmed that costs associated with campaign visits both in 2018 and 2023, totaling over $40,000, have not been paid by the organization. So I ask you, is the county ready to foot the bill for this event? Again, Trump has Douglas County sewn up. Just look around, look at the signs. Do we need this right before Election Day? And in closing, I got to say, I got some potholes on my street that are hoping public funds are used in a more responsible way. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Year resident here. I'm a hangar owner at the airport, and I'm the owner of multiple aircraft based here in Douglas County. I'm here to encourage you also to deny this application. One of the key reasons or factors in my decision to make my home here and base these aircraft here was the location, quality, and reliability of the Minden Airport. My opposition is based on a number of reasons. One is similarly to these people, as a hangar owner, a tenant, and a highly active pilot, I'm generally opposed to any activity that closes or impacts airport operations for anything other than legitimate safety, operational concerns. And then separately, as a resident here, other than being active at the airport, I support proper, efficient, and equitable use of our public assets. This event fails all three of those tests. Rallies or festivals of the size and scope that effectively close the airport are an improper use of a public airport. At a large commercial airport, a candidate can fly in, use a hangar, hold a rally, and the big airport continues to operate normally. At a small general aviation airport like Minden, operations are impacted severely. It's closed, basically, and puts these people out of business, and we can't even access our hangars. Secondly, it's an inefficient use of such a large and valuable asset. As Jim pointed out, we've got an event center, there's a fairground, there's public parks, there's a lot of places that would be a more efficient use of our county's assets. The airport, which receives funding from the FAA, is part of our national transportation infrastructure. And as such, it has a certain equivalency to roads, bridges, tunnels, and ports. Imagine, if you will, this board being asked to approve the closure of, say, the Kingsbury Grade Road so you could hold a festival. I mean, that sounds ludicrous, yet closing the airport is just as ludicrous or even worse. A more efficient asset allocation might include using some of these other facilities or private property. We all know the Corley Ranch hosts political events. I even hosted a fundraiser for Adam Laxalt back then at my little ranch. And then lastly, I've been privately made aware that if this is approved, that certain other organizations will soon apply for similar festival permits at the airport. And if one is approved and not the other, you can see that this will create the potential.
Thank you, sir.
Hello, my name is Kathleen Kelly. I'm a local attorney and business owner in the Carson Valley for 28 years. I'm now retired, and I'm also speaking today with respect to the rally proposed at the airport. I would agree with what has been said so far by the other speakers with regard to this issue. I'm very concerned that we're politicizing our county commissioners and our county itself by endorsing a presidential candidate. This is not the appropriate venue. We are making a statement on behalf of our county, which isn't appropriate at this point in time. As has also been mentioned, it's inappropriate for us to utilize our public funds, our taxpayer dollars, my dollars and your dollars, for an event which is clearly political in nature. The estimate of $55,000, which was made in a recent packet, which was made available online, does not take into consideration so many different items that we know will be incurred in expenses. First, on behalf of the business owners that we have heard from, who will not be able to utilize their businesses and lose income. These are only a couple of the people that will be impacted. Is this county prepared to reimburse the taking by this county, by these private individuals, of these private individuals' property without just compensation? That is violative of our Constitution, both state and federal. We need to take this into account if we're going to be making such an issue and utilizing my funds and your funds and all of our funds here today for this purpose. That has to be put on the balance sheet as well. That will be, and I know because I have spoken to first responders, a large expense as well as a significant impact on these businesses. This is not the right venue. This is not the right time. This is not the right place. This should not be a political entity where we are endorsing a candidate. In essence, this county board of commissioners needs to be impartial and unbiased and be acting on behalf of all of us here today. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Is there any further public comment? Seeing none, I will close opening public comment, bring it back to the board for the approval of the agenda.
Before we go into the approval of the agenda, I did have a couple of comments I wanted to make, Mr. Chair.
I can't hear you.
I've asked for some time to make a couple of public comments.
All right, go ahead.
Anyways, what I did want to say is, Mr. Jackson, I appreciate the apology, and the exchange was not pleasant on either side of the equation, so my apologies to you as well, okay? Secondly, Mr. Rowe, has he stepped out? Mr. Rowe, the person you need to see is probably the person you're talking to right now, Mr. Tom Dallaire, our Community Development Manager, regarding the code enforcement and the code. So anyways, that's all I was going to do, is suggest you talk to him, because you met him a few minutes ago when you signed. So, okay. Otherwise, thank you, Mr. Chair.
You're welcome. Mr. Norsat.
Yes, in answer to the politicization of the airport, I'm wondering if the same amount of rhetoric would be involved if Ms. Harris wanted to open public on the airport.
Any further comments from the board before we move on? Seeing none. On the approval of the agenda, I have been told that we need to remove items 2 and 3 from the administrative agenda, and I have been asked and concur that we need to pull item number H, which will be the first item that we will discuss on the administrative agenda. With those changes, I would ask for a motion to approve the agenda.
Mr. Chair, I move for the approval of the proposed agenda with the modifications you've suggested.
I'll second.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes 5-0. And before we go into the calendar, we will take a 10-minute break. Okay, it's 10:55, so we will go ahead and resume our meeting. I normally take the items pulled from the consent calendar first. Would you come to order, please? Thank you. Normally, we take items pulled from the consent agenda first. However, we have a proclamation that we need to give for the Friends of the Douglas County Public Library, so we will do that first, and then we will go into item number H, which was pulled. So if...
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
I believe we need to start with the approval of the previous minutes.
Thank you. I've got too many pieces of paper. All right, we need approval of the previous minutes for possible action. Discussion to approve the draft minutes of September the 5th, 2024, and September the 19th, regular meetings of the Board of County Commissioners.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
I suggest that we approve the draft minutes of the September 5th, 2024, and the September 19th, 2024 regular meetings of the Board of County Commissioners.
Thank you.
I'll second the motion.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion from the board? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes 5-0. And thank you, sir. All right.
And so, Mr. Chair?
I'm sorry?
Yep.
And now we will approve the consent calendar with the exception of item number H, which has been pulled. Any other items to be pulled? Seeing none, I need a motion
So moved.
and a second.
Mr. Chair, I'll second the motion to approve the consent calendar items as presented, A through T minus H.
Any discussion from the board? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes 5-0. Now we will move to the administrative agenda, and we will take item number 1 first and then item number H. I guess before I come down there, I had to read it into the minutes. For presentation only, presentation of proclamation 2024 P-098, declaring October the 20th through the 26th of 2024 as Friend of the Douglas County Public Library Week. And our county manager, please handle this.
Yes, sir. Happy to do so. It's my honor. Proclamation, Douglas County Board of County Commissioners, Proclamation 2024 P-098, declaring October 20th through 26th as Friends of Douglas County Public Library Week in Douglas County. Whereas the Friends of the Douglas County Public Library is an all-volunteer nonprofit organization that has supported, contributed to, and promoted the Douglas County Public Library since 1993. And whereas the Friends of the Douglas County Public Library and its 400 members have provided over $75,000 to enable library staff to resume traditional and initiate unique new programming for all ages since the full reopening of the library in 2021 during the COVID pandemic. And whereas Friends of the Douglas County Public Library volunteers have organized and recruited volunteer support for 20 book sales between November 2019 and August 2024, selling and recycling over 62,192 donated books and raising over 68,380 to support library programs and projects. And whereas Friends of the Douglas County Public Library volunteers, in partnership with the Library Board of Trustees and the Douglas County Public Library staff members, have planned and held library gala events in 2023 and 2024, raising funds to purchase 10 tiny free library boxes for the community, to initiate the Story Walk project in Lampe Park, to purchase 2 digital game tables for the Minden and Zephyr Cove libraries, to create an outdoor seating area at the Zephyr Cove Library, to support the Reading Pause program at the library, and to expand the library's collection of community book club kits. And whereas the Friends of the Douglas County Public Library is committed to supporting the Douglas County Public Library staff and the Library Board of Trustees in achieving the strategic goals of the Douglas County Library Strategic Plan for 2022 through 2027. Therefore, be it proclaimed by the Douglas County Board of Commissioners to recognize the Friends of the Douglas County Public Library during National Friends of the Library Week, October 20th through 26th, 2024, with the highest regard and appreciation. Adopted this 17th day of October, 2024 by the Board of County Commissioners and signed by our Chair, Commissioner Wes Rice. With that, I'll turn it over to Tim, our Director of the Library, and you have some individuals you would like to recognize, I think, today. I do personally want to thank the Friends of the Library for the wonderful work that you do. It really takes a village. Thank you so much.
Well, I'm almost speechless. You know, that's hard for me sometimes. So I just want to say this is a National Friends of the Library Week, but they affect the library every single day. And you put the public into the public library, and I appreciate it. And Barb is the president of the Friends of the Library, and I'm sure she just wants to share some of her gratitude that we all appreciate them. Go ahead, Barb.
Thank you. I'd like to thank the Commission for recognizing the Friends of the Library. We are an all-volunteer group, as Tim mentioned, and there's a whole lot of people that have put in a whole lot of hours to support the library. And I prepared a speech. It's real short. First of all, I'd like to invite everybody that's here today to join the Friends of the Library. That's one way you can support your library. We have membership levels for all budgets. We have senior memberships, which are very popular, for $5 all the way up to a $250 life membership. This is my speech. I'd like to just say that this is a quote from Andrew Carnegie. And a little bit about Andrew Carnegie. He paid to build 2,500 libraries around the world because he believed that libraries were essential. And I do too. Okay, so here's his quote. A library outranks any other one thing a community can do to benefit its people. And I would invite the Commission to keep this in mind every year when you're preparing the budget. And please support our library. Thank you.
All right, should we want to come this way? Okay.
I did have a quick thing to say, Mr.
Yes,
Chair.
sir.
Excuse me, the membership is $5 per person per year? Is that what you said? Okay, or a lifetime for $250. Is that what you said? Well, I just did the calculations, and that way, if I paid you the $250, it would take me 50 years. So I I don't anticipate living quite that much longer. Anyways, thank you for the jobs you do. Yeah.
Thank you. Okay, now we'll get into the fun stuff. Item number H for possible action, discussion on the outdoor festival permit application submitted by Trump 47 Committee Incorporated for the remarks from Minden, Nevada, to be held on a date between November 2nd, 2024 to November 4th, 2024, from 7 a.m. to 11:59 p.m. at the Minden Tahoe Airport in Minden, Nevada. And Ms. Bergens, you're on.
Wonderful, thank you. Good morning. I just am here today because the clerk's office received an application from the applicant on October 9th to hold this rally. They gave a variety of dates, no time certain at this point. We immediately, in the clerk's office, sent the application out to the departments like we typically do. We had a little bit more of an urgency to get this before you today. So we gave the departments a deadline of Tuesday, October 15th to respond with approval or denial or conditions. To date, we have heard back, and it is in the supplemental packet, we've heard back from all but two departments, which is Human Resources and East Fork Fire Protection District. I know on October 10th, East Fork Fire Protection District reached out to the applicant, and to my knowledge, to my office's knowledge, no response has been provided to East Fork from the applicant. So they are still awaiting a response, is my understanding. So that's where my office is at, but I believe that Assistant County Manager Scott Morgan would like to add to that.
Chairman and members of the board, Scott Morgan, Assistant County Manager. In coordination with the Clerk Treasurer's Office, we have been processing staff conditions and information. We did receive some partial information from the campaign regarding parking. We did a pre-strategic meeting with public safety presence and altered the plan and submitted that information back to the applicant. To this point, we have not received a response, nor have the remaining conditions of the fire district been responded to. And so we are still awaiting that information, but as it stands right now, that information is incomplete.
I have a question.
Yes.
A question on that. At what date would the county and all of its departments and the East Fork Fire Department need to have all information in order to have an orderly and safe event?
In consultation with the county manager and the remaining public safety officials in the county, we believe that we could probably delay an additional 5 days from this point, or time certain Thursday of next week, which would allow 7 days to have a complete and approved package at the administrative level.
Any other questions from the board?
I'll be quicker. Okay, so first of all, it's my understanding that the president candidates only have 3 or 4 days' notice they can provide, and part of that is for Secret Service concerns.
Scott Morgan, Assistant County Manager. Well, of course, they have security concerns, and also for the record, in talking personally with the campaign, it is not evident that Mr. Trump will be attending. It could be the proposed Vice President, Vance, who could also be attending. So they have not released that to us. Either way, we are planning for an event with a certain population, regardless of who the speaker is.
You know, I understand that. I'm just trying to see how we differ from other counties or cities that have these events. If it seems you're saying we have 5 days from today, which is the 17th, that makes it the 22nd, and the event's going to be on the 4th or 5th. What day is it? Either way.
Between the 2nd and the 4th are the dates that they have ranged.
13, 14 days advance notice. But it's my understanding that the president candidates, at least Trump's candidates, maybe because of his assassination attempts, they don't want to give more than 3 days notice if he's going to be there or not. Are other cities and counties given the same timeline, and how do they handle it if we can't handle it?
I am not sure. Scott Morgan, Assistant County Manager. I'm not sure how they handled it. This would be the third campaign or either by a sitting president or a president-elect speech in Douglas County, and these are the procedures that we have followed in prior, at least one other prior occasion.
So when he came out in 2020, he gave 12, 13 days notice?
I'm not, and I'll defer to County Manager Davidson.
And he very well may have, and times have just changed. I would think with the assassinations attempts that maybe they're a little bit more cautious on giving advance notice to the public. But okay, that's not the biggest question I have. It's not that big of a deal. I was just trying to figure that out. So I listened to the public comment, and first of all, this isn't choosing one political side over another. If Vice President Harris or her running mate wanted to attend, then they would have to go through the same process, and I think they'd get the same result that we're going to have. So I don't buy that argument. So they had a couple other arguments that I wanted to address. First, the closing of businesses. We're talking about just the closing of the businesses at the airport, right? Not the ones in the surrounding areas?
It is my understanding, this is Scott Morgan, Assistant County Manager. It is my understanding that be the case. In fact, the conditions from the airport are that businesses will not be closed or the airport will not be shut down. It'll be an act of the federal government, specifically the Secret Service, that'll take that action. And just to kind of reply to a previous question, we are trying to abide by and are abiding by county code with respect to this outdoor festival permit application and this event, and are trying to comply with all the regulations and conditions placed on us as federal funding for the operation of our Douglas County Airport.
So I didn't know if I quite heard you right. So they're not closing businesses at the airport?
Douglas County is not closing businesses,
Yeah,
but we suspect that the Secret Service
yeah.
will.
Okay, so it's the same thing. So we're going to have those businesses closed, but you're going to have 10,000, 20,000 people coming into town. I would think that they would be a boom to our businesses in the surrounding, in the rest of Douglas County. If those people are driving in, either at the gas station or at a restaurant, or Chamber of Commerce spends a lot of money promoting Douglas County, and you're going to have a presidential candidate here. I think the promotion would be worth quite a bit of money. I think there's going to be a benefit cost-wise to the county. So my question the only one left would be then is, are we charging enough money to cover the cost of this event? Because we absolutely have to do that. There's no excuse for us to allow any political event on site that's not going to pay their fair cost. There's been some testimony that this is not going to cover the cost.
The airport condition captures Sheriff's Department, and the airport condition captures Sheriff's Department and Douglas County costs at about $55,000 is what we anticipate the cost of this event. We have not received the cost from the fire district yet, what their cost will be, but we suspect that they will be significant or similar to what Douglas County's are, and they are requesting payment up front if they are met.
So there were some comments about Trump not paying bills in the past, which I guess his businesses may not have. But this is an FEC violation if he doesn't pay the bills for a campaign event, and I'm sure the FEC is making sure that all these events are being paid for. So just to make it real short, Douglas County is working with the fire department here, and they're going to issue a charge to the Trump campaign for the full cost of this event.
The fire district is demanding payment up front, and we will as well, based on our conditions.
Any further comments?
I have comments, but
Commissioner.
I'll reserve them until after public comment.
Any other comments from the board? Seeing none, since this is a possible action item, we will open to public comment. If you have already addressed this issue, we would ask that you refrain from public comment at this time. We usually only allow one bite out of the apple. So, ma'am, I believe that you've already spoken on this issue. Okay.
Jim Jackson. I see no reason why this event shouldn't take place. Any candidate from any party that wants to come and present themselves to us, they're welcome to do it. I see no problem in that. I think trying to limit this is a purely partisan effect. And I don't think there's any place for that in an event like this. This is an extremely important election. And if both sides want to come and present themselves to us so we can make a very educated decision, I welcome it. So I think this should go through. Thank you.
Thank you.
Kathleen Kelly again, and thank you again for hearing this. I scoured the materials that were provided online with respect to the economic impact of this event. I did not see any evidence whatsoever that Mr. Trump or his committee paid the last time that they were here. I did not speak to this issue. I did not speak to this issue. I just already spoke to them, and please allow me to finish. May I speak without being interrupted?
Continue, please.
Thank you so much. There is no evidence, in fact, that has been presented, and I spoke individually with some of the commissioners during the break, that this bill was ever paid. In fact, I personally had spoken with someone, which I was hoping they would be here. Unfortunately, we didn't know this item would be called first, that indicated that this was written off by the county. And now, with the political environment and the manner in which it is currently occurring, with calls to violence, with 2 assassination attempts that have already occurred, the cost and impact to our county is going to be far greater than that which was incurred previously. We have private venues in this county that are available. The Trump people need to go directly to those private venues. There is no need to take up taxpayer dollars, as we're even doing right now, in order to entertain this matter. We should not be having our political issues addressed in this forum. The Danberg Ranch, the Corley Ranch, all of these are available without a cost to me or you. And this issue has not been addressed. We do not have evidence with the heightened violence and political issues that are going on, what the cost will be, how that will be covered, and that it was ever paid before. Thank you so much.
Any further public comment?
New microphone. This means we're hot. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, board members. Sean Meehan, I'm the most recent past chair of the Airport Advisory Committee, so I might have a little bit of insight. Our airport receives FAA AIP dollars, which requires non-discrimination in federal law. We've had 2 events here before. Commissioner Tarkanian, I heard on the drive in, did a great job speaking about if the vice president wanted her campaign to come here, she would be treated fairly. And even though I personally don't support her campaign, I would absolutely stand behind her being extended the same courtesy and respect. Previous speakers stated a presumption that prior bills had not been paid. I'm offended with that. Our culture believes bills are paid unless legal evidence is presented that they have not been paid. I think that some of the prior speakers are the ones that have politicized this event. I can also tell you broadly, I'm not speaking for the campaign or the military, but in my prior military experience, I airlifted presidential support assets around the world and worked with Secret Service extensively. There are many, many concerns that we're never made aware of that are extremely important. And I believe landing at an airport, doing an event, taking off at an airport reduces the risk and security challenges versus other events and venues. I also think if we're concerned about businesses and problems and things like that, the golf tournament at the lake, the Carson Valley Days Parade, and the candy dance can never be issued a permit. It can never exist again because they present the same exact problems. And I'll conclude by saying, I've got a friend that's an elected official in Idaho and the talk radio station up there. They've already talked to me. They heard this is going to go on and they want to come down and participate. There's tons of people that can come in. And I believe Commissioner Tarkanian had also said, as I was listening on the way down, massive influx, gas stations, hotels, restaurants, marketing of what a wonderful place Douglas County is. There are challenges. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, there are. But this is an incredible opportunity for our beautiful Douglas County. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Any further public comment? Seeing none, I will close public comment and bring it back to the board.
I have one more question. I think, Mr. Morgan, you said this, but I just want to verify. The Trump campaign have complied with all county ordinances so far.
For this particular application, they have not responded completely to our request for information.
But we don't have anything in ordinance that this would be violated.
Just the conditions of the outdoor festival permit that they are applying under that particular county code.
Assuming they do provide all information.
If they do and combined by all our conditions, then they would be approved based on your approval or conditionally approved.
Any further comments from the board?
Follow up if you don't mind. So if we approve this outdoor festival, but they don't approve your conditions, they can't hold the event.
It's Scott Morgan, Community Services Director. That is correct.
I'll jump in. Oh,
So let me ask you, you say there are other information that has to be supplied by whom?
By the event applicant.
Okay, and what have they replied when you requested that information? Did they just say nothing, or did they say something to modify it?
We have received nothing recently to our requests that have been forwarded, as they have been issued or, I guess, responded to at the department level. We have forwarded them on to the campaign so that they are aware of some of the conditions that would be placed on their application. We have not received a response. Initially, we did receive a response regarding some parking and evacuation and entrance, and we did pre-meet on that, and that was unacceptable to our public safety. So we suggested some other opportunities, and we have not received a response back.
Is that all you had asked for?
We have asked for a number of things in their conditions placed on it by the airport, conditions placed on it by law enforcement, and the fire district conditions are some of the larger, I guess, conditions that have been placed on the campaign, all either abiding by current rules and regulations of operation of the airport, public safety concerns, and provisions in the fire district code, what they are looking for, and specifically asking for a plan that they can coordinate with and work under.
Thank you.
Ms. Perkins, you look like you wanted to jump in.
I just wanted to clarify for Commissioner Noah said that typically when the clerk's office gets the approvals with any conditions, we submit that with the packet, but because of the time frame, those have been submitted as supplemental. So in the supplemental packet are the approvals by the various departments with the conditions that have been required of each individual department. The only one that is not in there is the East Fork Fire Protection District because they did not receive a response from the applicant, so they did not provide that to us. That is going to be in addition to what has been provided by the various departments. So those are the conditions, for the most part, have been listed in the supplemental packet.
So these conditions, you say plural, so there's got to be more than one. Give me an example of one that the East Fork Fire District wants.
The email from East Fork Fire Protection District, give me a second. I have the email in front of me. They did not email conditions. They emailed stating that they were missing needed information in order to render an approval from the fire department. They needed further information from the applicant, which is why they couldn't compile a complete list of conditions until they received further information, which was what was addressed in the email.
And those conditions have been communicated to the applicant.
The email is not to me. I am CC'd in on it. The email is to the applicant.
Thank you.
Any further comments?
Yeah,
Yes.
question. Is it typical to have some back and forth like this with applicants?
When it is, the majority of the outdoor festival permits that come before you are annual events, our Main Street Gardnerville parades or Candy Dance. So the back and forth is minimal because it's an annual event. With new events that come in that are such large capacity events that could close to double the amount of people that reside in Douglas County, yes, it is very typical for something like this, the back and forth.
Now,
The difference is the time frame is so shortened this time that the urgency to get this before the board made it so that there was not enough time for the communication to happen effectively.
okay, now, I asked the same question of the assistant county manager. What exactly is the East Fork Fire District looking for? Are you informed of that? Do you have any idea what they are?
Mr. Chairman, to Commissioner Nostat, a couple of those, they cited NRS regarding public safety plans for gatherings as it pertains to the fire district. These are some examples that they're looking for. Emergency vehicle ingress and egress, a fire protection plan, emergency egress or escape routes, emergency medical services, their plan for emergency medical services, identifying the public assembly area, directing of both attendees and vehicles, including a parking and vehicle plan. We talk specifically about sanitation, shuttles, lighting. Those are some of the various things that we want confirmation that they are providing. Those are some of the conditions as placed on them, and there are more.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Gardner.
Thank you. Let me see how I want to frame this. Members of the public have suggested that this is a partisan item before us. And I can assure you that I would, if we were going to do this, I would not choose to deny it or approve it based on the political affiliation of the individual requesting that opportunity. The items that come before this board are nonpartisan issues, and I wish it to remain that way. I can appreciate the idea of the time uncertain due to the security concerns. As is noted, we've had 2 attempts on Mr. Trump's life in the last month and a half, okay? What does trouble me is that discussion of this possible event went public prior to the posting of this agenda. That is a huge concern in my mind, is that when I go to, and I'm in town a lot, and I go to a lot of different events, and when I have members of the public come up to me and ask me, what is the truth behind Mr. Trump coming into our county before it's even on our agenda to discuss? That is extremely concerning to me. Extremely concerning to me. That with the concerns of security, and yet members of the public are asking for confirmation, and quite frankly, this was brought to our attention that this could happen as early as September 6th, with a request date of September 13th, a week after it was looked at, and then upon learning of that experience or that possibility, and finding out about that as a commissioner, and then going to a dinner with some private parties less than an hour after finding that out, members of the public were asking for confirmation in that regard. That was, once again, extremely concerning. I have a whole fleet of ships at the bottom of the ocean because loose lips sink ships. And I have been too transparent at times, and I've opened my mouth where I shouldn't have, and I've got a whole fleet of ships underwater, okay, because of that. And this concerns me that was identified, and I was asked for confirmation prior to even the agenda being posted. Also, the other thing that really concerns me is that we have already started to incur expenses. We have already started to incur expenses. And to my understanding, the expenses could range in the $100,000 range. We are on an extremely tight budget in this county. As a matter of fact, I can't even get 2 part-time drivers yet for DART service into South County, which is an essential service of government. And yet we want to concern ourselves with the possibility of spending $100,000. So I don't want my comments to be taken out of context, but those are some extreme concerns of mine, and the lack of communications that it appears that we have had with the event organizers. So I'm not saying I'm not in favor of this. What I'm saying is I'm in favor of perhaps with conditions, and I would like to see us place a condition on this. And I think you mentioned, Mr. Morgan, 10 days, maybe. I would like to see us condition this, if we approve it, of $100,000 deposit by no later than October 24th, which is about a week before the event, right? So that's what I'm looking for. Is I need to see that money up front, because we are already spending county money now. East Fork Fire, the clerk's office, our sheriff's department, looking security, and all of those other things. We are incurring costs right now, and I want to make sure that our costs are going to be recovered. And to my understanding, even though the packet only says about $55,000, but that doesn't include a number of other aspects. So I would ask for the campaign to give us a $100,000 deposit by October 24th if they wish to go forward. Because if we're expending money and then all of a sudden they do not have this event, then we're out that money. We are out that money, whatever we spent. So that's why I'm asking for some time certain on this, of the 24th of October, $100K.
Prior, Ms. Bergens?
Yeah, one clarifying question for Commissioner Gardner. Is your concern that the leak of this event came from staff within Douglas County?
I had this discussion with County Manager Jennifer Davidson when the early September thing was proposed, and I had to apologize to her because I guess my wording indicated that I was concerned about it coming from county staff or your office, and no, my concerns are not directed at anybody within our county structure. I'm talking about outside sources. Okay, so I don't want to necessarily get into that, but it's I certainly don't want your staff, or our county manager staff, or that source also. That's not. Please don't take that as an implication.
Thank you. I
appreciate you asking that question, okay?
Because my staff prides ourselves on keeping these events to ourselves. We don't even tell our family members until it is on the agenda and published. So I just wanted to clarify that to make sure that the public was also aware of that.
Thank you. And Commissioner Hales.
I appreciate all of the public comment, and I feel like a lot of really valid points have been made. I am a strong believer in process and having rules in place that govern what you're going to do. And once those rules are in place, abiding by those rules and that process makes it fair. Right now, what we know is Mr. Trump's campaigns have come here before and have done, and at this point in time, they are abiding by our process and our ordinances. I think there may be very good reasons to change that. I appreciate what has been said about the airport should not be a political place. It should not be closed down for political purposes. I'm persuaded by those in the future, potentially, to make changes so that we put everyone on notice. What do we accept at our airport? What do we not accept at our airport? But at this point in time, we've accepted these events in the past. And so I feel that to be fair, we accept them again. And I would absolutely say the same if it were Harris or any other major political person. That said, I feel strongly that we are in a different situation from the past in that we have some evidence of concerns of payment and we have a lot of evidence of concerns of safety. So I have prepared a motion that speaks to all of that with conditions, and I don't know if we're at that point yet.
So I agree with almost everything Commissioner Held stated, except I'm not sure what the conditions are. If we're going to change something, if we're going to impose something different from our procedures, now's not the time to do it. It's to change the procedures. I'm certainly not going to vote to impose a $100,000 deposit when the county has said the cost is going to be $55,000, and that's what the county has stated. And I asked Mr. Morgan specifically if that's the amount they had. I mean, I understand you need a certain number of days to approve it, and if that is, I think you said 5 days from now, that's, you guys are going to have to require that. You guys can require that when they come back to you, and if it's not with enough time period, you're not going to approve it. I think I asked you that very specifically, and you said, yes, they would have to get back to you on it. I think I'm all for voting for it. I think it would be an embarrassment to this county if we turn down a presidential candidate coming to this county, whether it's a Democrat candidate, whether it's a Republican candidate. The reason the Democrat candidates aren't coming out here is because most of the public is Republican, and this is a more favorable place. But the same thing would hold in a Democrat city, that they have a candidate comes there and a Republican doesn't want to. It'd be embarrassing for this town of 50,000 people, this county, to say, no, we don't want a presidential candidate to show up here, in my opinion.
Mr. Chair, I need to clarify a couple of things regarding process, and I agree with process. Okay, in 2020, when then sitting President Trump came to visit us, that was not done according to process. That was approved by a previous county manager, and so we'll leave it at that. Okay, whether or not that was proper or not. But anyways, in 2022, we also entertained Mr. Trump at that time, and we did follow process at that time. Okay, so a difference there. Now, whether or not the time frame is appropriate, that's something else we can take a look at down the road. But I would suggest, and I agree with some of your comments, Commissioner Tarkanian. However, I'm not convinced that the 50,000 is sufficient because we haven't received any numbers from East Fork Fire yet. Is that right? So that's another concern. Okay, and oops. So, anyways, I just wanted to make sure we understood the timing on 2020 and 2022 when it was coming. So, and I think it's been great for Douglas County to do that, but I just have some concerns about the timing and the dollars. Okay.
Commissioner Hill.
Mr. Morgan, did I hear you say that it's expected that East Fork fire costs will be about the same as what's estimated for the county?
Yes, Chairman Rice to Commissioner Hales, Vice Chair Hales. Yes, I've seen correspondence from East Fork, and I want to clarify, East Fork is requiring payment up front. So if we are fashioning a motion that's going to require a deposit that Douglas County then can bill to, then we would not have to collect our payment up front. We could draw it from the deposit, but East Fork, as some of the early correspondence I have seen from them, are demanding full payment prior to their approval for their services. So I would structure that in your motion that we're not collecting more in a deposit after they've already paid an upfront cost. We could also condition that our costs are upfront and estimated at a little over $55,000. I am suspecting that East Fork is going to range between 40 and 50, maybe more, depending on the plan and the expected attendance. But they are asking for their payment up front based on their review of the information which they are yet to receive. So I don't know what their hard cost would be based on what their estimates are from the plan that has not yet been submitted. I also want to say that I think from our condition, a 5 to 7 day window from today's approval, if it is conditionally approved, would give us enough time to review that information and determine it either adequate or inadequate.
So the 24th, how does that sound as a date? That's next Thursday. It's 7 days from today.
Oh, that would be 10 days, as I'm informed, and that we'd like to probably tighten that up if they can do it in 10 days. We're hoping they can do it a week from today or 7 days.
Any further discussion from the board? Seeing none, I'm ready for a motion.
I move that we approve the outdoor festival application permit, that is agenda item H, on the following conditions. Number one, that all information requested by the county or East Fork Fire is provided in full by October 22nd. Number two, that all existing and future conditions placed on the event are complied with. Number three, that payment in full of all expected costs is made by October 24th. And number four, that the county manager is authorized to deny the application at any time if these conditions are not met or if she has concerns with the safety of attendees, county employees, the speakers, or anyone else.
I will second that, but I do have a question. Okay. And my question would be, you didn't set a specific amount on that, and that's due to finding out exactly what the cost parameters are for East Fork Fire, I take it. Is that right?
Yeah, exactly.
So
that's why
just
the
all
information
expenses
is due
okay,
before the
right.
payment.
Okay, I can buy that.
Okay, can I make a comment before? Okay. I'm going to vote for this because, again, I think it would be extremely embarrassing for the county not to approve this. I think a lot of it made about non-payment by President Trump's campaign that is not accurate. I think it's I think it's really a, I don't want to use the word slap in the face. To require a deposit if we've never required it before, and I don't know what the standard is for other places, if they don't require a deposit, why we're going to require them now claiming that we don't think he's going to pay. First of all, there is no evidence he hasn't paid in the past. If he hadn't paid in the past, the Federal Elections Commission would have cited him for that. It's an FEC violation to get free use of an airport. Plus, you'd lose your federal funds at the airport if you did. So I think he has to pay for it. He's going to pay for it. He probably won't care if they pay for it in advance, but to add that provision in there, I think makes that campaign look bad. And I don't think us as a governing body trying to be neutral in election should take that kind of position. But I'm going to vote for the proposal as is.
And so I had an additional comment, and my additional comment is, and I appreciate what Commissioner Tarkanian is saying, but it's been my observation that recently the Trump campaign and other campaigns have been going into a lot of private facilities, and I don't believe those private facilities have allowed them to come in without payment in advance or payment right there, including the recent one last Friday at the Grand Sierra Resort, okay? So we're not a private facility, so we don't have any ability other than what this vote is to ensure that occurs. That's all I'm saying. So.
All right, all in, all done. It is a gambling state. All right, we have a motion, we have a second, we've had public comment. I'm going to call for the vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. We will now move on. I think we can cover one more before breaking for lunch. So we'll go to item number 4 for possible action. Discussion to approve the North Douglas County Specific Plan amendment dated July 2024, which consolidates all prior amendments into one document, and to review, clarify, and/or modify prior conditions of approval related to the landscape strip along Highway 395. The planned area is a 624 acres in size and is located near the Douglas County Carson City boundary line along U.S. Highway 395 corridor. Because this is a compilation of prior board-approved amendments and one certification requested by staff. Clarification is requested by staff. No substance changes is requested or will be made via this action. Mr. Dallaire.
Thank you, Chairman Rice. I, Tom Dallaire, Community Development Director for the record. We have been working on this North Valley specific plan for quite some time, and we have brought forward a contract with Manhard that you guys approved in 2023. They performed their work where they had updated the specific plan into just one simple document from all of the 6 other amendments. And so today, I'm hoping to get some clarification on the conditions of these amendments, but I just wanted to run through a presentation real quick with you guys on this. Douglas County actually created the original specific plan and adopted it in 2000. And then I just mentioned that we had contracted in 2023 with Manhard to combine it into one document. That, I don't have my book, but I think it was 556 of your packet. Page 556 is where that specific plan starts, and so you can see how simple it is to review that document today. I think Manhard did a really good job. They were responsible for doing 2 of the 6 amendments, and so that's why we had hired them to just create the final document. That does have some important identifications on master planning for water and sewer locations, which is what was actually constructed in the field based on the engineering needs at the time and approved by Public Works and also community development staff before it went into the ground. And they have pulled SIP permits and they have posted bonds. And so we're waiting for this to get approved for us to release those bonds and because the work has been completed. But I want to talk about one of the conditions, and it was Commissioner Walsh at the time that had a condition on here about some landscaping strip. That's condition number 2 on here, where he specifically wanted to see a 20-foot landscape strip between North Sunridge Drive and Topsy Lane with trees and shrubs and sidewalks with the approval of the first tentative map for Riverwood. Riverwood hasn't proposed a tentative map yet. We don't foresee them proposing a tentative map unless they come in and do some sort of condoed units in the multifamily residential area. We have two developers up there. Riverwood is one, and then KDH or Genuine Properties is the other. And Genuine Properties is basically developing the west side of the project with single-family residential units, and the rest is zoned now commercial and multifamily residential. And so we also have another condition, number one there, was the construction of a masonry wall, and this wall has been constructed on site. This is just showing a view looking east right behind the former Dan Jenkins property, and it is a 50-foot separation between the property line of Dan Jenkins, the former Dan Jenkins property, which is just to the left of the trees there, all the way to the homes. There's a 50-foot setback, and this concrete block wall has been installed along there, and it's HOA controlled, so the HOA will be responsible for maintenance of this open space area in the development. I have some photos, and of course these are all in your packet, but a couple of conversation points today on the access and the sidewalk is if we were actually looking for an ADA compliant sidewalk along Highway 395, 20-foot space is pretty small, adjacent to Highway 395, and we have some terrain issues that we need to navigate, and I'm trying to get ahead of the game on this. And then the other part of the condition was that they had to do this, they had to do that entire stretch of landscaping shrubs at the first tentative map, which we don't believe that they'll actually propose a tentative map. It'll be basically design reviews and specific projects for apartments or some sort of multifamily housing product. But there are no sidewalk paths or pedestrians along Highway 395 from basically Ironwood Drive in Minden all the way to Carson City. And I've got some photos that will show you those. And then we do have pedestrian crosswalks at Jacks Valley Road and at Topsy, and I've got photos of those in the presentation. But basically what we're talking about here is this section. There were some conversations in the item about extending that landscaping strip around these parcels that aren't part of the Riverwood development, and that's outlined in red here. And then if we do sidewalk or propose sidewalk on this, it basically implies that it's ADA compliant. ADA access ramps would be required after 8.3% slopes, and we exceed that on both sides of this hill as you're driving north into Carson City. And so I was hoping to get some clarification on where you would like to see this landscape strip, and that we would like to change the verbiage from basically sidewalk to a maintenance path or a pedestrian path or something. They could use it to connect. A pedestrian path is being proposed in the development down these washes, and then as specific developments come in to be developed, they can incorporate that path both for maintenance of landscaping and for pedestrians if they would like. But it wouldn't be ADA accessible. And then this intersection here at Topsy and 395, you'll see is in a really large hole, and it's going to be really difficult to meet the ADA requirements. Carson City, I have a better photo of this and later on in the presentation, but here is the pedestrian access at Jacks Valley Road is on the left and Topsy Lane is on the right. And you can see where the crossing is on both intersections are on the south side of the road. And so in future plans, when Riverwood actually comes forward, there will be some intersection improvements done at both of these locations where sidewalk will be added to and will connect, and they'll be required to connect into this sidewalk system. And then that gets into, on the one on the right, gets you to Walmart. The image on the left will get you onto Jacks Valley Road, where there is sidewalk on both sides of the street on both of those, at both of those locations. This is just past Jacks Valley Road, and you can see where the hill is sloped. There's a little road there on the side, the little dirt road, and that slope from the contours that we calculated is just roughly about 10% slope. So just having a standard sidewalk along that route is just going to be too steep to navigate in a wheelchair without some assistance. And then as you go down the highway, this is at the top of the hill. Basically the right of way is at the top of the hill. That's where the landscaping strip will be, and will be located all the way down the hill. Here in the next slide, if we can get to there, shows the ground kind of meeting the grade at the highway, and then they had that pad built, and the 20-foot stretch of landscaping is going to be at the toe of that slope. And so I just want to make it with a lot of switchbacks. So that's why we're wanting to make this correction and change in the condition today. And so just some different angles at that intersection. You can see here there's still a road that gets driven, that people are driving down, but we're talking about the toe of the slope here is where the property line is at, and it'll be 20 feet inside is where that landscaping strip is required based on that condition. And then in Carson City, they do have a bike path coming north towards Walmart. Walmart is off in the distance here on the image in the left, just over the sign. You can see those buildings up there. And it is 935 feet, basically from the end of the sidewalk in front of Bodine's to the county line, where we do not have any sidewalk at all. And then in Douglas County, we have no access along Highway 395 for pedestrians. And it does get used pretty heavily from the folks in Carson walking up to Walmart. And then Old Clear Creek Road, this is just an aerial view of it. You can see the multimodal path coming into where Bodine's is at. This is Bodine's. The sidewalk ends right at their driveway, and then no sidewalk here. There's the Fuji Pond, and then no public access. There is no sidewalk today on the little right in, right out into the Walmart subdivision. There's a Chili's right here and a bank. I think King Buffet is right there. So in that little drive aisle off of Highway 395 into the development, there is no pedestrian access either. And here's the county line for Douglas County and Carson City. So what we have for you today was just to see if we can revise this condition and have for you guys to accept the specific plan, and just to clarify the record for us, and we can have a conversation about what we'd like this condition to say. And that's my presentation for you today.
If I may, I'm looking at page 30 of the supplement. I'm trying to figure out where we would have plants on that map.
Okay. On this one right here, it'd be the 20-foot along the right-of-way of Highway 395. So on the photos, I don't know what your page 30 looks like. I apologize. I left my binder over there on the table, but this is the right-of-way line right here. And so we would be proposing the 20-foot. Basically, the condition proposes the 20-foot landscaping to be right against that property line, which is the right-of-way line with Highway 395. And it's this length. Riverwood Properties owns where the red is at. So this is their property. At the extent of this, I would propose, thank you. Thank you so much. And it's supplemental. That's what you're, sorry.
Yes.
Commissioners, what's that? I don't know if I don't have the supplemental printed. Commissioner, notice that, I'm sorry.
Okay, well, I'm looking at it, and between North Sunridge and Topsy, there seems to be two areas that are going to be developed. So if your indentations there are what you're referring to.
These are not, these are privately held, separate from Riverwood Development.
Okay. So I'm trying to get an idea of where this
the landscaping
vegetation would go.
Basically, the vegetation would be around 60 feet south of Jerry Vaccaro's property. This is Jerry Vaccaro's property right here. This one is up for sale. I don't know who owns that one, but that one has a for sale sign on it today. And so there would be 60 feet of landscaping. What we're proposing is to do the landscaping in this dip section, which was part of the photos. And then from this property, skip that property there because we can make that a condition if and when these properties come in for a future development. We can have that landscaping be contiguous then at that point. And then Riverwood would provide landscaping along the highway down to Topsy, which is what the condition.
Now, is the vegetation going to go on the west side of the yellow line?
It would go on the east side of the yellow line on their actual property.
Okay. And you do realize that's very steep.
It is. Yep. That's why I was trying to explain. Okay. Yeah.
Commissioner Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So a couple of things. So what you're telling us is that topographically, it's not feasible for sidewalks or to be ADA compliant.
That's correct. Not without a bunch of ramps.
The houses that would back up, do they back up to this? I would imagine the houses do not front 395. Would that be correct?
That is accurate. Yeah, there's Riverwood Drive that they're proposing. You can see the right of way here where it comes down, and then it'll connect with these projects that they're going to build in the future, and then it'll come out at Topsy right here. So there will be a road that they're going to. I believe they're planning on building the entire road up front of their first development, or within their first phase of their project, and that will go from North Sunridge Drive to Topsy, and that will be ADA compliant.
Okay. The red line there that you have up there.
Yep.
You showed us a previous picture of a retaining, not necessarily I don't know that was a retaining wall, block wall. Mm-hmm. Is there a planned block wall on this red line or
no? It's supposed to be just trees and shrubs.
Trees and shrubs
to shade it. Yep.
Okay.
Just trees and shrubs. The block wall technically is right down here where it's just off the image. Down here by behind the private property off of Topsy.
Okay. And I guess my primary question here is: have you talked with previous Commissioner Walsh in regards to that requirement, and how does he feel today?
He was fine with getting it clarified. He understands that it isn't very clear, and it was kind of last minute condition, and so he was fine with whatever you guys.
Yeah.
Thought.
Sometimes we get into these meetings and we'll think of a great idea, but until we actually see it on paper or actually on the ground, then we come to the understanding it's not feasible.
And that is a long way to water it all up front too. I mean, I don't know how you would have a water service. We don't have any water improvements up here in between Jacks Valley Road and Topsy. There isn't, so I don't know how we would do that all at once if the development starts down here and goes this direction, and goes around.
So the development is working westward, basically.
From the
westward,
east to
from
the
the
west.
east to the west. Yeah.
Yeah.
So okay, very good.
Yeah.
I just wanted to make sure that we covered all of those bases.
Yeah. Thank you.
What is and I guess the other setback from of the homes? The setback is from Highway 395 or a setback from from that yellow line or that red line?
The 20 foot, the red line represents the 20-foot landscaping strip based on what our staff interpretation is of what Larry Walsh's condition was.
Okay. And so we're expecting homes to back up directly to that red line.
It's zoned for this portion of that property and that land is zoned for commercial, but the rest is multifamily. And so we're not sure. I doubt that they'll want to put houses right on the highway, but we'll see what happens when it's being proposed. Because all the access and the vehicle access is going to be off of Riverwood.
So you're really looking for some cleanup here, is what you're doing.
Right. Yeah. Just before they start all of their development applications.
Clarify for me, if you will, where the sidewalk is going. And use your pointer up there, please.
So there's sidewalk here, and there is going to be sidewalk along Topsy, and then Riverwood here, there'll be sidewalk along Topsy and Riverwood from Topsy to North Sunridge.
Okay. Also, secondly, there looks to be two developments that are going to front Highway 395, and they show an entrance and exit there.
So
Dare you make a left turn onto 395?
I don't show an entrance on, I'm not sure which page you're on, Commissioner, for the
Page
entrance.
30.
Page 30, again, F supplemental. Okay, I'll go and look at that. But
All right,
but these parcels will already have an access, the Riverwood's condition to provide access to them. NDOT's not going to give them access. There was a project development, you guys had approved a special use permit for a senior facility to come in on this piece of property right here. They haven't moved forward with that project yet. They were proposing a right in, right out, right at this location, at that location. Just a right in and a right out is all on 395, right across from where the right in, right out, like to go to Best Buy would be, or these two churches. So I believe NDOT will allow that, but I don't believe there'll be any other accesses onto 395 except for that right in, right out.
Commissioner Hills.
Do you need to follow up before? Okay. A couple quick questions. If they're going to put houses anywhere near there, there's no reason they couldn't also do a wall, a brick wall, like the one we saw in photos between the houses and the
highway.
And the highway.
It's true.
And then I guess my question is an ADA compliant sidewalk one of the conditions? And it will be along Riverwood?
It is required along Riverwood that you do have the ADA compliant. And so like in San Francisco, there's really steep roads and they have landings on the side of a side every, I think it's a 12 or 15 foot vertical rise. There's a landing and a resting area. And if the road is too steep, like through this section right here, I'm assuming.
Yes, that's what I'm wondering about.
They're going to need to cut the hill down on that side. You won't be able to see it from Highway 395, but they are going to have to do some dirt work for that to keep that compliant. So, but we will make sure that any sidewalk along the road, the public right-of-way, will be ADA compliant. The DG, or it's a decomposed granite, basically a nice smooth dirt surface path used for maintenance vehicles mainly. But pedestrians could use it as well, and that is allowed, and it's just not an accessible route.
Good. That all sounds good.
Okay.
There appears to be already a pedestrian hiking path, so to speak, through that section between Jacks Valley and Topsy. Is that a correct observation?
There's this little dirt road. It looks like I don't know who uses it, but it looks like it was accessible.
Will that be maintained?
I don't know if it's in the right of way or on Riverwood's property. I'm not sure the exact location of that. It's outside of Jerry Vaccaro's fence. So I'm assuming that it's in the actual NDOT right of way. So that won't be maintained. The landscaping, it will be the 20 foot from their property line along this hillside.
To the east.
To the east, yep.
Any further questions from the board? Seeing none, I will open this to public comment. This is item number 4 is for possible action.
Ellie Waller, I appreciate the consolidation of the document, but I'm asking that you bring this back in the future. Was there a noticing requirement? Manhard worked on this for over a year with no public input except for the 2020 comments. This is about community planning and things that I've talked to in the past. The community plan is mentioned in section 1.6, relationship to existing plans. North Douglas County is located within the Indian Hills Jacks Valley Community Plan, an element of the Douglas County Master Plan. This plan and the standards contained herein are designed for the compatibility with the goals, policies, intent of the Indian Hills Jacks Valley Community Plan. The community plan has not been updated since the late 90s. Promoting community input to this specific plan is essential, which is not the case today. Land use section 2.3 of this plan identifies several types of housing. I'm not speaking for or against affordable workforce housing, but at a recent meeting, it has been suggested that this be addressed. Should this have been included in this consolidation packet? These are the kind of comments that come from me, the public. Specific plan tourist commercial uses. This is for hotels and casinos. I believe it's been clearly identified that most do not want another casino. Why waste a developer's time and public pushback by even having a casino mentioned in this tourist commercial? I'll repeat, I'm in favor of this consolidation, but the public at large and those that live in the Indian Hills Jacks Valley community area that are most effective should have an opportunity to input to this consolidated documentation, not just staff doing cleanup. I'm asking you bring this back after public has been properly noticed and understands they can provide input other than this meeting. Providing hundreds of pages of information 1 week or so before this one meeting isn't including the community in their community planning, in my opinion. As always, there's no disrespect to staff here or Manhard, but this is a process breakdown. As previously mentioned, Commissioner Hales, I believe in process. You hear me every meeting and now about the South Shore Area Plan being a disaster. I'm not saying this is disastrous, but I would have provided a lot more comprehensive information trying to understand where the community that is most affected. And also, just as an example, thank you for bringing up the memory care facility. It's only been brought up. Why wasn't there more information? I know there's no project, but some more information, even stating that there's a special use permit for this project, should have been in this consolidation. Thank you.
Any further public comment? Seeing none, I will bring it back to the board. Any further comment from the board? If not, I'm ready for a motion. Don't everybody jump on top of each other here.
Okay, I'll make a motion, Commissioner, Mr. Chairman. I move for the approval of the consolidated North Douglas County specific plan amendment from July 2024 as presented, and direct staff that the 24 landscape strip described in page 3-2 of the plan may be construed to require a decomposed granite maintenance path in lieu of a standard sidewalk as presented.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Mr. Dallaire, does that cover your needs?
It does. Thank you.
All right, any further discussion? Seeing none, I will call for the vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. It's now 12:15. We will take a 1-hour lunch break. Sir? 1 hour and 15 minutes. Let's do that. Give us time to get there. We'll be back here at 1:30. All right, welcome back. It's now 1:30, and we will continue with the agenda. We'll go to item number 5 for possible action. Discussion regarding a 2-year extension of time for a tentative subdivision map reference DP 20-0154 to create 181 total parcels comprised of 7 common area parcels and 174 single-family attached residential units within 58 complex building footprints. The project site is located at a 14.34 acre parcel on the south side of Topsy Lane between Riverwood Drive and Center Drive, and within the North Douglas County Specific Plan area in the Indian Hills Jacks Valley Community Plan. The property owner is J.C. Valley Knolls II, which is an LLC, represented by Ryan Sims, Axion Engineering's APN 1420-05-210-001, Lucille Rao, who I don't see.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For the record, Lucille Rayo, Senior Planner, Community Development. My apologies for not being there in person. I'm still recovering. Today's request is to extend the time to record the final map previously approved by this board on October 1st of 2020. Douglas County Code Section 20.708.050B allows for the extensions of time for tentative subdivision maps and gives this board the ability to approve the extension. The applicant has been diligently working toward completion of the project. As witnessed in recent years, the real estate market and interest rates play a major role in development. Staff has reviewed and approved the site improvement permit, reference development application 230013 for this project, and site work has begun. It's estimated that 75% of the utilities will be installed by the end of this month. Mass grading commenced in August of 2024. Once the utilities are installed, the roads will be built, and a final map is expected by the end of 2025. We have not received any public comment on this item. Staff is recommending approval of the extension of time, and the findings can be found on packet page 683, and the conditions of approval are on packet page 685. At this time, we have a PowerPoint presentation for you, and I'd like to introduce the applicant's representative, Ryan Sims. And Ryan, if you just want to let me know when to go on to the next slide for you.
Thank you so much.
Good afternoon. For the record, I'm Ryan Sims from Axion Engineering on behalf of the applicant, J.C. Valley Knolls II LLC, aka KDH Builders. Well, I'll just give you a quick overview. I'll make it quick because I think this application, this request is pretty simple. As Lucille stated, this is a proposed 174 lot single family residential attached. These are triplex buildings. It is a common interest community with amenities, including a clubhouse and pool, among other things. It is a portion of the North Douglas County Specific Plan, that discussed earlier. The master plan on this is multifamily residential and receiving area. The tentative map for this subdivision was approved October 1st, 2020 by the Board of County Commissioners. Next. This request is for a time extension to record the first final map. I would just want to make note that that final map has been submitted for technical check to the county and is undergoing review. As Lucille mentioned, the improvements are underway under that site improvement permit D 230013 and are ongoing. I do need to mention a little more reason for the delay is there's quite a bit of prerequisite improvements necessary to enable the development of the site that were completed and are just entering the stage of requesting acceptance for those improvements under that permit there, DE 210162. And again, as Lucille stated, the extension is allowed by Douglas County Code. Next. Just want to mention on the record, there are no other requested modifications to the tentative map application. As far as approval plans, phasing, or conditions, the project remains and will be constructed as approved. And yeah, no expected changes to the building codes or design standards that would put the tentative map out of compliance. Next. Just quickly point out the offsite improvements that were required to enable this site. You can see the site there, red letters. That green line is offsite sewer through the previous project, the single family, and down into Topsy Lane and then down center to the Center Drive lift station. All that sewer needed to be installed and complete before we could start this project. Additionally, the roadways, Lehman Lane and Radiant Drive there, you can see to the on this map on the bottom and to the left side of the project. Those needed to be completed as well. And those were just recently constructed. Next. Current project status, as she mentioned, it's currently under construction under that SIP number. Paving date looks like, I think they mentioned November 18th. And by that time, between $3 and $5 million will be invested in the improvements. So just to show the commitment that this project is moving forward and no expectation for it to be halted. And again, the final map was submitted for technical review prior to October 1st. Next. And yeah, I would thank you for the consideration. I am available for questions, and I also have Scott Berge here from KDH. Should you have any questions for the developer. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any questions from the board? Seeing none. Commissioner Gardner.
I only had one question. When I look at the map, the units, each of those units is a triplex. And you're required 2 parking spaces for each unit. Is that right? So where is the parking for? Is it underneath the units or?
Correct. Each unit has its own garage and a driveway space dedicated to that unit. And then we also provided, there's some on-street parking scattered throughout the development. There's a bunch around what's going to be the clubhouse. And it's kind of hard to see on there, but there is parking, additional guest parking scattered throughout the development. It was, the parking calcs and everything were done per code to provide enough parking.
Any further questions?
That's all I had. I'm sorry.
All right, seeing no further questions from the board, this is a possible action item, so we will open to public comment.
Good afternoon, Ellie Waller. I want to thank Lucille for the comprehensive staff report. It laid out why this should be approved for a 2-year extension. I'm happy to see many conditions assigned to this proposal. Of note, the community development certificate must state there are no public right-of-ways offered for dedication as part of this map. The county accepts the offer for dedication for public utility easements. The wording may change dependent on status of Topsy and Tyson Drive improvements. Maintenance of all drainage facilities and easements must be the responsibility of the individual property owners or other private entity, including a homeowners association. Douglas County rejects any offer of dedication of drainage facilities or drainage easements. And finally, a phasing plan has been submitted that proposes to split the development into 2 phases. With phase 1, both entrances will be constructed to provide first and secondary access. This one in particular needs to be met. This was mentioned in item number 4. Again, staff report laid this out, and I think you should support the extension.
Thank you. Any further public comment? Seeing none, I will bring it back to the board for a motion.
I will move that we approve the extension of time to record the final map for J.C. Valley Knolls 2 LLC based upon the staff report, the applicant's ability to meet the required findings, public comment, and the discussion of, period.
Do I have a second? Been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? Seeing none, I bring it back for the vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes 5-0. Thank you, gentlemen. And thank you, Lucille. I'm sorry, Ms. Rowe.
No worries.
Okay, stick around, young lady. Item number 6. For possible action, discussion regarding application DP 24-0049, a request for a major modification to the Clear Creek Tahoe Plan Development, including a modification to the development schedule, a revision to the tentative subdivision map for Phase 11, Subdivision Unit 5, to reduce the number of parcels from 22 to 19, and related revisions to update the distribution of residential units throughout the planned development in specific plan area. The changes are proposed for the SFR 8,000 single-family residential, 8,000 square feet minimum net parcel size, PD plan development, and PR private recreation, PD plan development zoning districts. The parcel is located in the Indian Hills Jackson Valley Community Plan within the Clear Creek Tahoe Specific Plan and Plan Development at 3745 Golf Club Drive. The applicant's representative is Chris Watcher, Kimberly Horn, and the owner is Leisha Ellert. Clear Creek Residential LLC, APN 1419-03-002-170. Ms. Rao, you're on again.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For the record, Lucille Rayo, Senior Planner. Today's request is straightforward. The applicant is requesting to reduce the number of units in the final phase of the plan development, which requires a new tentative map, modify the development schedule to extend the final map recording date, and make minor changes to the specific plan. Staff recently brought forward Phase 8, Unit 3B for your review and approval, and that map recorded August of 2024. This is the final phase for Clear Creek. The applicant has modified the final phase to reduce the number of units from 22 to 19 to accommodate a slightly different layout to the plan. These changes are not expanding the area of development, nor are they increasing density. The Planning Commission unanimously approved this request at their October 8th Planning Commission meeting. Staff believes the findings, beginning on packet page 720, may be made in the affirmative for the requested tentative subdivision map, modification to the phasing plan, and minor revisions to the specific plan. And conditions of approval can be found on packet page 723. We have not received any public comment on this item, and we are recommending approval. Today, we have the applicant's representative, Chris Wachter, with a PowerPoint presentation for you. And let me get to the PowerPoint. Are you guys able to see that? Because I'm not seeing where I can share this.
Somebody turn your microphone on, sir.
We do not see
think it's
the
on now.
presentation, Ms. Rayo.
Great.
Okay, thank you. I'm having a little trouble here with the Zoom. Okay, let me.
Ms. Rayo, I believe Mr. Delaire in Chambers today has uploaded the presentation in our space. So, Tom, are we good to go? And he is sharing it here now. Great, thank you.
Perfect. Chris Wachter, for the record. I'm with Kimley Horn and Associates, and I've been working on this development for a while, for the last 5 years. And I'm here to present a major modification to the Clear Creek Tahoe Plan development for a revised tentative map for the Unit 5 phase. I am representing Castle Hill Partners and Clear Creek Tahoe. So the overall Clear Creek Tahoe development is about 1,600 acres. It's in Jacks Valley, Indian Hills area, about halfway up the pass, Spooner Summit, from Carson City to the west. And it has a golf course, clubhouse, and other associated amenities. Currently, it's approved for 384 residential units, which we do not plan changing. So everywhere highlighted in gray above is what has been recorded in a final map through the county. The last phase, which is Unit 5, that we're focused on, is that area highlighted in blue on the right side. Just some quick statistics on where we're actually at. 8 of the 9 phases have been recorded. 308 lots have been sold. 92 homes are have been constructed and occupied. 50 lots are under construction, and another 59 are under design. So there's some good movement in this development. So this major modification today is just for that Unit 5 phase to update the specific plan, the tentative map, and the things that we will be modifying as part of this is the updated lot distribution from 22 to 19 lots specifically in that phase. There's been some updates to the actual amount of lots based on each phase that's recorded. And so Unit 5 will actually have a reduction of 3 lots. It will extend the development schedule for that Unit 5 phase recording from October 31st, 2024, which is when it currently expires, to August 9th, 2028 is what we're requesting, and updating the tentative map and specific plan to reflect those changes. So as far as the lot type distribution, this has been coordinated extensively with staff. We have, recorded the other final maps and the other phases as I mentioned. And so some of the distribution of lot count is changing on the left side table on the bottom left. You can see what it was before and what we're revising it to on the right. Largely the change is, the 22 to 19, just a reduction in 3 lots, as well as updating the distribution of the cottage, lodge, and estate lots that have actually reflected in the final maps.
Can I ask a question before we go past that slide? And I get questions from members of the public all the time on this. Why phases get built out of sequence?
Yeah.
Okay, can you give us an idea of what happens? Why a unit, or in this case, it says phase 9 obviously is coming after phase 10 and 11. So
absolutely.
Can you give us a little insight into that?
Yeah. So largely it's market, and it's also buildability. So it's like the construction in that area would be more suitable to approach that phase first than what was considered previously when some roads were being laid out in its first tentative map. Unit 5 is one of the heavier topographic areas of the development, and so that's why it's been saved for the last. It was also a different product type. A major modification was approved in February of 2022 by this board for like a change in zoning. That phase in particular used to be more of a condo type regime. and now it's more of a single-family residential. So with that being processed then, as well as other construction and market demands at the time, we proceeded with those other phases first, and then this phase last.
And there's no problems with community development building out a phase?
Tom Delaire for the record. No, sir, there isn't. When you look at this, Commissioner Gardner, the map here shows all the different phases. They don't show them in particular order, but these guys have built all of these roads and infrastructure. A lot of it was dirt roads and connectivity. There was also some topographical issues with each of these phases. It's hard to get exactly what you're doing until you're out on the field and in the field, and you see that there's a lot more trees or there's more rocks than what they planned on. And so there are some modifications as they do go through the construction process, and this is the flexibility that we have to deal with that.
So they just don't go out there and start doing this. They still have to coordinate through your department to make sure that everything's.
Yeah, absolutely. We have a phasing plan and a phasing schedule, and so we had to do an extension of time because they were up against that on phase 3C, right?
Yeah.
That was 3C. It had expired, and they needed a whole new map, and we just didn't get the extension done in time, and that's what happens. We go through that whole process again, and now it's recorded and moved on. And that was the red area there, and it connected everything together. Even though the roads were already actually somewhat constructed, they were dirt roads and accessible to the construction equipment.
And don't take that as a negative.
No, it's okay.
It was a general question that public always seems to ask, right? Is why are you allowing phase 3 when phase 1 isn't built, or and vice versa? So yeah, thank you.
You can go to the next slide. So there's also a change in the development schedule, and what we're requesting is that to be extended to August 9th, 2028, which will be a 4-year extension. It's currently valid, and it's tentative map for Unit 5, but we'd like to get that extended. The NRS allows us to, Title 20 allows us to extend this 2 years from the current, for the previous phase final map, which was Unit 3B, and that recorded on August 9th, 2024. And we'd be requesting those 2 years and then another extension time of 2 years, which the board is allowed to approve.
Any further questions? Oh, go ahead with your presentation.
Yeah. And then we are updating the tentative map, obviously to show the reduction in 3 lots. And that's pretty much the major update there. And then all the exhibits associated in the specific plan as well as verbiage. So this submittal will not change quite a few things as part of the development. We're not changing any utility agreements for the development. The total number of lots is staying the same at 384. Overall site access and traffic. The zoning is also not changing, SFR 8000. And then we currently have the water and sewer will serves and the valid tentative map right now for Unit 5. That is all I have, but I'm here for any questions you may have, and I can get further into the details if you need. Thank you.
Well, thank you, sir. Any questions from the board? Seeing none. This is an action item, so we will open to public comment.
Ellie Waller, I'm a North County resident. My subdivision abuts Clear Creek. I've talked about it before. In the packet, it says amendment of the approval to permit development beyond the initial 10-year period will require submission and approval of new tentative subdivision map application. And the approval may be conditioned on compliance with statutes, codes, design standards, fees, capital improvements, plans current at time of application. Just for record-keeping purposes, how many new tentative subdivision maps have been submitted that relate to the 10-year extension? And have any conditions been assessed at those times? My opinion, the specific plan issues apply to tentative subdivision map findings 1 and 2. The Clear Creek Tahoe specific plan states, page 1, the success of Clear Creek Tahoe depends on the ability to sensitively incorporate its natural environment. The serene Tahoe forest setting is preeminent in attracting home buyers. Because of this intrinsic dependence on its natural beauty, all of Clear Creek Tahoe's development proposals reflect an uncompromised ecological sensitivity. The scenic evaluation section, in my opinion, has been violated numerous times. I've been before you with that comment. Denuding the landscape isn't preserving the natural beauty. Findings 1 and 2 clearly state conformance with code, the master plan and the specific plan, which again, I've stated, I believe have been violated. I am asking that conditions be added to ensure homes in Unit 5 do not create additional scenic degradation of the neighboring subdivision. On page 36, design standards, section 4.1 clearly states the Clear Creek design standards provide the tools necessary to achieve the community vision and guiding principles. They are intended to ensure that values and vision embodied in the master plan will be protected for the long term and that every home site will be developed in a way that protects the rural feeling. What rural feeling? Design standards are regulations that must be adhered to. There is no recourse or redress when the developer is in charge. Furthermore, an iconic view shed above the former Osquaga Conservation easement is permanently scarred with multi-million-dollar mega mansions visible from Alpine View Estates Homes and Jacks Valley Road. Lastly, can staff or Clear Creek representative provide any information on the additional construction being requested by East Fork Fire to modify Bavarian Drive emergency access so their vehicles can fit there? When is this planned? Thank you.
Any further public comment? Seeing none, I will close public comment, bring it back to the board. Mr. Hales.
I just was going to say, I try to go see the places that we are talking about, and I've never seen Clear Creek, but I would like to. So maybe sometime we could do that.
I too have been making that request, but every time I go to the gate, I get denied. So maybe they have their standards.
Yeah, I can respond to that. On behalf of the developer, they'd be happy to have you, and we can organize a time that works for you. Mm-hmm.
Okay, any more questions from the board? Yes, sir.
I just wanted to make a couple observations before I make a motion, and that is, number one, this project was originally approved back in 2003, as I believe, and therefore it is vested. It's not subject to the growth management ordinance, and this is a reduction. The 22 was previously approved, and this is a reduction to 19, so that's good. And if I understand this correctly, when this finally gets finished, it'll no longer be a vested project because it'll be done, right? So anyways, with all that in mind, then I will go ahead and offer a motion. I move that the Board of Commissioners approve all aspects of development application DP 240049 as presented, including a modification to the Clear Creek development schedule and a revision to this tentative subdivision map for Clear Creek phase, is that phase 11? That's what this says. Is that right? I thought this was phase 9, but am I wrong? That's what our notes say here in the presentation.
I think it's unit phase.
Unit subdivision
5,
unit 5, but it says phase 11 here.
Phase is 9, right?
9?
Phase 9.
Okay, so it's a
Yeah,
typo in our board packet.
Should be phase 9.
Okay, should be phase 9. So I'll state correctly phase 9 subdivision unit 5, right? Okay, so that we have those correct into the minutes, subject to the conditions recommended in the staff's report. That was a motion.
I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion from the board? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. All right. We'll move on to item number 7. This is for possible action. Discussion to approve an interlocal agreement between Douglas County, acting as the Douglas County Transportation District, and the Tahoe Douglas Visitors Authority to partially fund the operation of a microtransit system within the district from the 1% transient lodging rental tax in the additional amount of $450,000 for fiscal year 2024-25, and authorize staff to bring the associated budget augmentation at a future board meeting. Mr. Morgan and Mr. Waddle.
Chairman Rice, members of the board, Scott Morgan, Assistant County Manager for Douglas County. I am going to give an abbreviated presentation today since we have fully presented this matter a month ago on September 19th. We have also not invited representatives from the South Shore Transportation Management Association or the Tahoe Douglas Visitors Authority since they recently presented on this matter. Just to go over information contained in the packet, the Douglas County Board of Commissioners are the Tahoe Douglas Transportation District. I know that you folks understand that, but that can be a little bit confusing to members of the general public when we start dealing with the acronym soup that is Lake Tahoe. And so when we say the Transportation District, we are the Tahoe Douglas Transportation District. It's separate from the other organization which runs Bluego in the Tahoe Basin. So what we are talking about is funding that is collected as required by NRS when you collect a room tax. 1 cent or 1% of the proceeds collected on rooms and lodging properties throughout the state go towards transportation. So we have the Tahoe Douglas Transportation District, which is you, and we also have funding that on room tax in the Carson Valley that goes to the road department for transportation needs in the Carson Valley. And a little history of why we are here discussing it today is Douglas County has obligated itself through debt and the redevelopment agency number 2, along with room tax collected for the Tahoe Douglas Visitors Authority, to fund an event center. When the event center was approved, the permit conditions required that a microtransit program be provided. At the time, Douglas County had entered into an agreement with the Tahoe Douglas Visitors Authority to participate in funding up to 0.5% of that room tax collected in the Tahoe Basin. 0.5% currently represents about $667,000. When we set our budget for this current fiscal year, we allocated $600,000 to fund a microtransit system. On September 19th of this year, the Board of County Commissioners allocated $150,000 to fund the microtransit system that takes place in both the California and Nevada side of the South Shore to operate that system and fulfill its obligation through the month of October. We have done that. We have issued a check for those payments, but we also did a motion that outlined a number of conditions which are contained in your packet. After we had the September meeting, the SSTMA, in cooperation with the Tahoe Douglas Visitors Authority, did meet to respond to those conditions and took actions to the greatest extent of their ability under the guise of their authority to respond to those conditions. They then submitted correspondence to Douglas County requesting us to consider fully funding the remaining $450,000 for microtransit services. So that those services could go uninterrupted in the California and Nevada side of the microtransit operation. Since then, a lot of our discussion centered around on the September 19th meeting around the formation of a joint powers authority between the city of South Lake Tahoe and El Dorado County. And some of the conditions of that motion discussed representation on that board with Douglas County and set in play a number of actions from the staff and the chair and the vice chair to try to obtain a presence on that joint powers authority. An email was generated based on discussions from the September 19th meeting outlining our concerns and our needs and the impacts on transit in the South Shore area to try to affect some type of engagement or involvement on an October 15th meeting between the City of South Lake Tahoe and the County Board of Supervisors of El Dorado County. That meeting did take place on October 15th, and Douglas County was a center of discussion regarding our involvement in the Joint Powers Authority, set up to operate transit on the South Shore and the South Shore region. Summary of some of our concerns were that we are part of the region. We are an important part of the region of the South Shore. We represent a significant employer and employee base in the South Shore and the South Shore economy, that transit should be regional and not bound by borders, but bound by need. And in summary, said that Douglas County needs to be part of that discussion. As a result of the October 15th meeting, a joint powers authority was formed with a 4-0-1 absent vote on the City of South Lake Tahoe and a 3-2 vote on the Board of Supervisors of El Dorado County. With their motion was to include Douglas County in future discussions. To what extent that means was not fully identified, anywhere from full voting membership on the JPA to ex officio voting or non-voting rights membership on the JPA through agreement or interlocal agreement for services. That has not yet defined, but I think Douglas County's actions and has indicated specifically we need voting rights on that board, and specifically we need two, just because of the amount of funding we are bringing in. Also, there is a marriage between the BlueGo system and microtransit as a result of the formation of the JPA, changing kind of the scope and structure of those services. And it is identified to have BlueGo, and this is conceptual at this time, and I don't want to necessarily speak for the JPA, but I do want to let you know how I've interpreted their direction going forward. And that is BlueGo will be the fixed route system operating on Tahoe Boulevard or Highway 50, and that the microtransit system would be the first or last mile feeding a number of stops. Right now, we all kind of scratch our head to see a microtransit van right behind a BlueGo bus going up and down Highway 50. It seems like inefficiency, seems like redundancy, and we all kind of scratch our head why that is happening. And I think their attempt is to correct that, make the system more efficient, and expand services. And Douglas County will be invited to be part of future discussions regarding the formation or inclusion in the JPA. They are planning on having their first meeting in January of 2025. So with that, we have been asked by the Tahoe Douglas Visitor Authority to fund an additional $450,000 for the remaining portion of fiscal year 24-25, and so that those services can be uninterrupted. The previous September 19th presentation is in your packet, along with the letter request from the South Shore Transportation Management Authority. I am here with Zach Wadelay of the District Attorney's Office, and we are available for any questions if you should have them.
Okay. My first question, I guess, is why is this back on the agenda?
We are Scott Morgan, Assistant County Manager. We are responding to a request made by the Tahoe Douglas Visitor Authority to allocate funding so that services are uninterrupted.
Yeah, it was sort of rhetorical. You had mentioned that. And I guess my question would be, why would the TDVA, which is basically a Douglas County entity, why would they ask us to do this at this point?
Scott Morgan, Assistant County Manager. I believe because if we do not fund the transit service of the additional $450,000, they will be forced to reduce services.
So we had a 5-0 vote that they would have to respond to these different requests. So the requests are here. Formal request for Douglas County representation. They sent a formal letter to the JPA, but they have no authority over the JPA, so they really didn't do anything there. The second one, they developed a more robust policy. They have an interim policy they say that they've adopted, whatever that means. They said service enhancements, which has been my biggest one from the beginning. They said, oh, we'll think about it, but we're not going to make any guarantees. Ridership data, well, we'll give it to you later. We're not going to give it to you now. The S does not have jurisdiction. So the El Dorado and Set Lake Tahoe, again, is saying they don't have jurisdiction of the JPA, so they can't do anything. And bylaws modifications, we do not have a director seats for elected officials. So if I'm reading this correctly, the only thing they performed at this time was a public positions and representation, which is really the most meaningless of all the requests. But they came back here within 4 weeks for us now to fund the rest of the year after we just voted 5-0 not to unless they provided these additional safeguards. So I guess my question is then why would they bring it back to us if they're not going to follow through with what we voted 5-0 on?
Commissioner Tarkanian, through Chairman Rice, I'm merely conveying their request.
No, I
as
understand.
outlined in
I'm
the
not trying to
correspondence.
beat you up. I want to make out how ridiculous it is for this board to even consider this at this time when we're getting nothing from them. We get nothing. They just beat us up and abuse us and take advantage of us, so we did get nothing back in return. And I would expect more from the TDVA to support our positions, considering they represent the people of Douglas County. They don't represent California. And when they say they're going to reduce the services, now we don't know the data of how much is being provided in the services being provided to the Nevada side because of their imaginative ways of providing information to us in the last meeting. But we do know the amount of money that's being provided by each entity. The Nevada's portion that is being provided to the microtransit system is $1.5 million. The California portion is $875,000. And 2 entities that get funding from both of us pay $75,000. So we're paying almost twice as much as them. We're getting less than they are. And we ask for little minor things in here. I understand the JPA is the most important thing. We don't know that yet. And I understand I think that's one reason why Commissioner Hales made this recommendation. But from talking to you in our one-on-one, we have no guarantee the JPA is going to do anything for us. We're just hoping they will. So I guess my point is, if we're hoping they will, why don't we postpone this vote until we find out one way or another? That's all I had.
Commissioner Hales.
I think I have an answer for you, because they'll quit. They'll go belly up. They'll go belly up if we don't have, Lake Link will. If we don't, Lake Link will. Microtransit will not be able to continue running if we don't fund this. And your questions are really great. And I guess I would just add my observations from the time of our last meeting. The JPA, TTD, microtransit, these are all interwoven. And so if you look at TTD, I'm not saying this is a fact, but I'm telling you the perception of the South Lake Tahoe folks regarding TTD is that they have the Tahoe Transportation District, that they have the same exact situation we do, only it's reversed, meaning they think California gives more money and receives less service than Nevada. That is in a nutshell why the JPA was formed. And so all of these situations are interwoven.
Sure. I can interrupt your comments. I'm trying to get a better understanding.
Sure.
So they feel that they pay more money. I assume it's not to microtransit, but in the transportation
Correct.
total. Okay, so they're talking about they give more money to
TTD.
TTD, okay.
Tahoe Transportation District, which is Bluego, and other things.
That is correct, Commissioner Hales.
So, yes.
No, go ahead. I don't want to interrupt your.
Okay. So we put on a very good case that the JPA is a step backwards. And we convinced 2 of 5 supervisors in El Dorado County. So we were 1 vote shy of putting a pause on the JPA. But we didn't quite get there. So the JPA is moving forward, but because of our actions, they know very, very clearly that Douglas County is not going to continue funding if any of these funds go to support an entity that we are cut out of. So all of this chess playing and all of this intertwined transportation situation at the lake, we made strides with the motion that we passed last month. Is it where I want it to be? No. But I supported bringing this back for the simple reason that a majority of commissioners expressed support for LakeLink. And I am convinced LakeLink will not be able to function through the year without more of our money. Now, we have told them very, very clearly, we are not okay with any of our money or our resources going to support a JPA of which we are not part. So I think this is going to take a little while to play out. We have done a good job getting our voice heard. I've had calls from multiple members of South Lake Tahoe Council / El Dorado County reaching out to say, we want to involve Douglas County. So there's progress being made. And I do feel that if we do not support this 450, that LakeLink will be done. And that would be a step backwards for transit at the lake.
So just one observation, one quick question is, they still have the money coming from the event center, which was, I don't know, 300,000 or something. So they would have to operate something for that. But do we have to give them all the year's money? Why can't we give them another quarters until?
Well, you know, that's a really good question. I think the real answer is our time and our staff's time. And I would say to put them on notice right now that there must be substantive changes, reassurances that our money, none of our money, is going to go to the JPA. And we're not going to fund SSTMA and then have their money go to the JPA, because that's just in essence using our money for the JPA. We're putting them on notice of all of this right now. And if we pass this, we are taking the high road and saying, we're going to give you time to get your ducks in a row. You know what standard we're going to use when it comes to our March consideration of the budget next year, that if we don't see real sustained change in these areas that we've outlined, we're not going to set aside money for microtransit. We'll do our own thing.
One last question.
Sure.
I think I'll be clarified. Why is it so important that we are part of JPA? I know you explained it to me, but it sort of went over my head.
So
why we need to be a part of that? What would happen if we're not?
So it's not really important that my first preference would be no JPA, that we have fewer transit organizations and we make the ones we have better. I liken it to a divorce. You can't have a divorce and have 2 new households maintain the same standard of living. It's inefficient. And so our first line of reasoning in all of our discussions with these folks has been, please don't splinter and have another layer of inefficiency. We did not prevail on that. So now, since the JPA is a thing, our way forward if we want to have efficient transportation at South Shore. The JPA really needs to be by state, because everyone will say up there, the state line is an artificial construct when it comes to transportation. And we want it that way. We want people crossing state lines for the economy up there. For our economy, for sure. We need people coming from California into Nevada to sustain our economy on the South Shore. So since we could not stop the JPA, at this point, our next best strategy is to be on the JPA and to continue to push for efficiencies and good transportation up there. Is that any other questions?
I'm going to throw 2 cents in here. I want to remind the board that part of their operating permit from the TRPA, I'm sorry? For the event center to operate, the TRPA required that we provide microtransit. Whether we like it or not, that was one of the requirements.
I guess the question just to clarify, is it so that they require only us to fund it, not California?
Correct.
Okay.
No.
Minute now.
They required that there be microtransit.
Microtransit. And we committed the 0.5%, not all of it, but 600,000 of it up to 600,000 for microtransit. If we do not provide microtransit, this roaring success that we have up there at the lake probably won't be able to operate. Because if the TRPA pulls their permit, then I don't want to say that word, we are in a heck of a mess. Right now, we have promised in the past to provide up to $600,000 a year.
So they get
we gave them $150,000.
They get $350,000 from the event center. So the microtransit system will still operate with $350,000.
No, they won't.
Well, then whose fault is that?
They do not have the money.
Well, they don't have the money to service the areas that they're servicing now. They have to restrict it to a much less area with a lot less travel. But they have $350,000. That's not chicken change.
Well, we keep demanding that they go further and further into Nevada, which they have been doing. And we are now all the way to Round Hill. And in the future, we should be able to go all the way to Round Hill Pines, and then further on in the future, all the way to Zephyr Cove. But that's in the future. But right now, we have to make sure that microtransit survives.
Okay, Charlotte had me on the corner of going along with this thing, even though I don't like it. But your comments about the place the closing down and we'd be in violation with the TRPA is hard for me to agree with when we are still providing the money we promised in that agreement. It's the money from the event center plus up to 1%, which could be as low as $1. We're providing the money. If California doesn't want to do it, then we would have a microtransit system just in Nevada with that money and only go that many places. But that's okay. I mean, I don't want to beat a dead horse because nobody wants to hear me talk anymore. But I appreciated the comments you had, and I just didn't agree with the last part.
Commissioner Gardner.
Thank you. First of all, I'm trying to recollect the vote in regards to the issuing of the $150,000. And to my recollection, it was a 4-1 vote. I believe that Commissioner Noasad voted no. Okay, so it was not a 5-0 vote, and I think that needs to be corrected for the record. Okay, it was a 4-1 vote. I caught that in your newsletter, but I didn't want to.
I made my first mistake in 4 years on the board. Thank you.
Okay. Also, I think it's important we get it on the record is exactly what a JPA is. Okay, and I believe it's a joint it's a joint, what does JPA stand for?
Mr. Chairman Rice.
Joint Powers Agreement.
Joint
right?
Powers Authority.
Authority, okay. So I just want to make sure
And
that
I
the
liken it
public
very
knows
much
what a
to
JPA is.
how we handle solid waste up at the lake. We have a very efficient, a very effective JPA, which operates with El Dorado County, the city of South Lake Tahoe, and Douglas County to handle trash services in the Tahoe Basin on the South Shore.
So a month ago, when we discussed this, I believe it was on September 19th at our meeting, I was prepared at that time to go forward with the $600,000 allocation, since that's what we budgeted. And I know that the system needs a flow of income that's consistent and sustainable and stable. You can't design a transportation system that is going to be here today and gone tomorrow. Okay, our residents need to be able to be comfortable with the schedules and with the ability to jump on that process. I agree with Commissioner Hales that it just seems like a JPA, especially between only South Lake Tahoe and El Dorado County, seems to be a layer upon a layer upon another layer. And that disappoints me that they even felt like they needed to go there and create another entity that, in my mind, was unnecessary. Especially, and the only reason a month ago that I didn't go for the whole $600,000 was because of this pending JPA between South Lake Tahoe and El Dorado County, and the feeling, as I believe in that motion, required us to be a part of that process, the JPA. And so it was very concerning to me and discerning to me that I found out, I believe that meeting was on Tuesday, where they did not include Douglas County. And you know, they, once again, they always say that, you know, that border is kind of a, doesn't really, shouldn't exist. Okay, pretty much, right? They want services to go back and forth, and I don't necessarily disagree to that. And as you know, Commissioner Tarkanian, I've always stressed that we needed to get expanded service into Douglas County further. I would hope that someday maybe we would have expanded service beyond Round Hill, the Round Hill Shopping Center, right? I believe that's where it stops now. But then again, we have to prove a demand for that service as well. And I think that's part of what South Lake Tahoe is asking for, is an expansion of their transportation system to areas that are not covered currently and that's on that side of the border. And so that's what they're looking to do to accomplish this. But once again, I don't know that it was necessary to add another layer of government on top of that. Anytime you add layers of government, you get increased inefficiency, in my opinion. However, I'm still, and I expressed this last month to Mr. Proctor and to Carol Chaplin, is the funding model going forward for microtransit, or for that matter, any transportation program in the Tahoe Basin, needs to be something that's sustainable and is locked in, and something that they can be counted on. And right now, they're operating on a paycheck-to-paycheck basis, and that's obviously not a good way to run a program. Now, there was a statement also made, and maybe Mr. Wadley can give me some insight on this, is that the requirements for the event center were that the TDVAA provide microtransit, not that Douglas County provides microtransit, but that TDVA provide microtransit. Am I incorrect on that?
Zach Wadley, Deputy District Attorney, you're right. So the permit from TDVA for the event center was issued to TDVA. And as part of that permit, a condition of the event center was that TDVA would stand up and operate a microtransit system.
Okay, so our process in this, or our commitment in this, and including the original commitment of up to 0.5%, that was a completely voluntary thing on behalf of Douglas County, and that's no longer really required, to my understanding, past the initial year.
Zach Wadley, Deputy District Attorney. So the commitment, and I'll put that in quotes, is pursuant to a resolution that was agreed to by a previous commission. That resolution called for up to 0.5% of the funding that we're talking about, provided that the parties, meaning this commission and TDVA, could agree upon a mutually agreeable budget going forward for the service and what the service is going to look like. So that's obviously been the challenge the past couple of years as to what the budget should be, what was the appropriate budget, what the service scope was going to be. And that's going to have to be negotiated as the years progress here.
I'm just trying to understand legally then, because I'm completely confused here. This agreement was for us to fund it for the 1 year only. And we would continue if we could reach an agreement on the funding and the geographic area. Is that what you're saying?
No, Zach Wadley, Deputy District Attorney. So when you take a look at the resolution language, I wouldn't characterize it as a 1 year commitment. It was, I would phrase it as an agreement to negotiate going forward by the county commission as to a budget and the scope of the microtransit service. And that's essentially what has occurred over the past several years.
However, the interlocal agreement was for 1 year.
Correct. So as this process has taken place over the past several years, there's been a 1 year funding commitment that has been entered into by this commission, which has resulted in an interlocal agreement with a 1 year term.
Okay, so it's a 3-step process as I see it. Number one, in March, when we do our budgets, we say that we're going to commit up to 0.5%. Basically, we put it in the budget this last March for $600,000. Then, in order to allocate that $600,000, we have to have another interlocal agreement come before us that we approve again for a 1 year process, and then we have to have the budget augmentation. Then the third part of that is to actually fund it. Correct?
That's the way the process is played out. Yes.
Right. Okay. So once again, these people are, and when I say these people, Tahoe Douglas Visitors Authority has come to be dependent upon our commitment of the $600,000 to keep the system operating. And to that extent, we've continually asked for expansion of the service into Douglas County, and we're now up to Round Hill Shopping Center. I would hope that maybe someday it would be expanded upon that, but once again, we have to show that the demand is there to justify it, right? Because you don't want to allocate those assets, both the physical assets of the vehicles and then the assets of the manpower to accomplish that. And you don't want to send those vans further north if there's no ridership, right? It's like I'm trying to get even service down to South County, but it's on a use it or lose it basis. If we finally get it done, if the residents don't use it, then it needs to go away, and we can allocate those funds in a different manner. So that way, that's my feeling here. Is I don't like the model that they've come up with, the funding model, because it's paycheck to paycheck, and that's not, in my opinion, the way to operate. But at the same point in time, I have been betting on the come here for a couple of years, and it's getting a little bit better. But and I'm still concerned about this JPA. I felt like it's an additional layer that we really don't need, and are we going to have a duplication of commissioners or members of that board that are already participating on other boards, and so It's just confusing to me that there would be a necessary need for that. But so I'm gonna probably place my bet on one more go around on this, and we'll see what happens. But I would hope that SSTMA and TDVA are looking for sustainable, guaranteed funding models.
Okay, can I?
Commissioner.
They are. They're exploring a business improvement district, and those run by bringing together businesses, and then this is a statutory process. They vote on whether they should be assessed a certain amount. And if a certain percentage of businesses vote yes, all businesses are obligated to pay this amount. And they are looking specifically in California, but they're also looking through and working in Nevada to see if that could be across state lines.
Okay. There's one sustaining model that I am not interested in that needs to be made public. Okay. The sustaining model of Tahoe Douglas Business Authority going to the state legislature of Nevada and mandating payment out of that fund by, I think it's 236, whatever it is, that I am completely against. Okay. So yes. We need to understand that up front, because that was a threat a couple of years ago. I don't want that threat to come to us in the early months of this next legislative session, because that gives us no authority whatsoever.
Yes,
the use of those funds.
I agree completely. And our actions last month indicate that we are watching over Nevada's resources and Douglas County resources, and we are having appropriate oversight. And we can use that if there should be an effort in the legislature to do just that. Now, I just wanted you to know that SSTMA, which runs LakeLink, is exploring long-term funding sources. And I would also say, I agree with you. Let's quit talking about this every single year. Let's get a sustained source, let the thing run itself. But with this JPA on the horizon, we have to be a little more hands-on, because the last thing we want is to be funding SSTMA and that flows through to an entity that does not include Nevada.
Could we put that as part of this?
Sure.
Because because if that's the intent, then I certainly wouldn't support that.
Okay. Mr. Tarkanian.
I mean, I think we could.
Okay, so I'm been very much against this, and I listened to what Commissioner Hells has stated about the importance of the GPA. She has me leading that way, and then some of these other comments, I'll address in a second, just blows me away. But I have a couple questions, because I didn't quite understand how all this works, and I think I'm getting a better understanding from the questions that you'd asked, the answers that you gave me. How do we know that, well, first of all, what area is, and what type of transportation service is a GPA going to cover?
Chairman Rice, Scott Morgan,
I
Assistant
think
County
the
Manager.
answer to that is we don't know. Scott,
Well, the current JPA does have an official boundary, and it is the Tahoe Basin area of El Dorado County and South Lake Tahoe.
Okay. I guess I didn't phrase the question correctly. How do we know that if the JPA is formed, that they will still want to fund microtransit?
Well, we don't know, because they don't have an official plan other than a service area plan that I have seen that has been coordinated as a draft with the South Shore Transportation Management Authority to show Blue Go stops being reduced and microtransit feeding a series of stops on the Blue Go route to make it more efficient and to increase ridership, make them more competitive in the grant market venue. So they are very much dependent on microtransit to support a fixed route Blue Go system.
I love you, Mark. I love you, Scott, and I appreciate your comments, and you know so much, but you talk way over my head right now. I don't understand how they're going to form a new transportation this goes back to my concern, I think is what you said you were telling them, if I'm understanding this correctly. They're going to form a new transportation system. And at the same time, they're paying $750,000 a year into the microtransit system. Why would they continue to pay $750,000 in the microtransit system if they're going to form a new transit system? How do we have any assurances of that? So are we going to continue to pay twice as much as what they're paying? And at any point, they could pull that funding from us. And that's what you're saying. If they take the money from that and they use it for the JP, I didn't understand what you meant by that, but now I understand. They take their microtransit funding, the $750 that they pay, and put it into the JPA, then we're paying even, it's basically using our money then to pay for the JPA because they've taken away their share of it. That's a big concern of mine, and I don't know if you have an answer for it.
And if I may respond, Chairman Rice, I think, Commissioner Tarkanian, I think you are expressing the amount of confusion you're having over this, but you have hit the nail exactly on the head regarding the formation of the JPA. As Chairman Rice's and Vice Chair Hale's email indicated, they have no authority to collect money. That authority rests exclusively with the TRPA, operating as the MPO, the Metropolitan Planning Organization, underneath the guise of the Tahoe Transportation District, are given 100% exclusive authority to fund and operate transit in the South Shore area of Lake Tahoe. So the formation of the JPA does not necessarily guarantee that they are going to receive any funding whatsoever. And I'm pretty sure, based on the dialogue that we have had previous regarding that, Douglas County would not fund a microtransit system or support a Blue Go system with Nevada money that operates exclusively in the South Shore portion of California.
I should have got
Ms. Davidson.
I should have got a better night's sleep.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. I would just caution us. I know this is related to the agenda item, but if we're going to go too far down a conversation about the JPA and what Douglas County may or may not do in opposition or in support of something, we really should agendize it for a conversation.
I think that we talked about in the last meeting that we were going to postpone the vote on the 450 because of the JPA.
We did place it on a condition, as a condition, yes.
And this is all we're talking about is the only reason, my understanding, the only reason we want to vote on the 350,000 is because we're worried about the JPA. Everything deals with the JPA, if I'm not mistaken.
Commissioner Hales.
I want to ask Mr. Wadley, could we condition this funding of the 450 on no SSTMA money being used to support the JPA?
Yes, Zach Wadley, Deputy District Attorney. Yeah, I think that we could add that language.
Okay, can I just clarify, because the way it's worded, the no ST, whatever the numbers are, those initials are, as STMA money is used, but that's what money's been promised this year. What about next year? They just say, well, we're not going to give as much. And so it's not going to be SSTMA money, but it's going to be basically pulled out from under us again.
Well, next year you'll have to go through this process again.
I would, if I may, I would suggest that in March next year, that's 3 months before the end of our fiscal year and the end of the typical cycle that we've been giving on. In March, when we discuss the budget, we will have more information about the JPA. We'll be in a better position to decide what are we going to do going forward. And one really good scenario is we keep the $600,000 and do our own transit in Douglas County. It's not ideal. It's inefficient. It's not the best transportation practice. But if we can't have assurances that we're getting bang for the buck, then that's entirely a possible way forward. Does that make sense?
So as I understand it today, we're not approving the 450 because we have to, what we're approving, what you're asking us to approve today is the interlocal agreement. And in that interlocal agreement, we can put those restrictions on them to be in that agreement if we make that as an amendment. Then subsequently, you'd still have to come back and ask us to augment the budget to pay that 450. Is that right?
So Zach Wadley, Deputy District Attorney. So depending on what the motion ends up being, if there's a condition placed at the direction of the board that needs to be inserted in the interlocal agreement, I will do that, and then it'll be signed. And that funding will be available provided that condition is complied with. The budget augment will come as a subsequent agenda item to augment the budget for that 450, but the 450,000 will in effect be approved subject to that condition.
Question. The source of the 450,000 is through the TDVA, correct?
So the source is from the transient lodging rental tax, which is a portion of the room tax charged in Douglas County. The money, I know this is difficult to understand because there's a lot of acronyms and players. The money goes from Douglas County to TDVA, the Tahoe Douglas Visitors Authority, pursuant to the proposed interlocal agreement. SSTMA functions as TDVA's agent to operate the microtransit system. So I hope that clarifies that Commissioner knows that as to how it works and where's the money coming from and going to.
But the source of the money is because of TDVA, and the room tax is nulled.
One of the sources of money, as Zach alluded to, there's the room tax that's 1% up to 1/2 of it, but then there's also a $4 per ticket charged at the event center that goes to the Tahoe Douglas Visitors Authority as well for microtransit.
So if that money is committed in those two instances, what are we dealing, why are we pushing this around? $450,000 is a lot of money, and it makes it sound like it's coming out of the coffers of Douglas County.
Well, we're talking about it, if I may, because there are other good uses of that money that fit within the requirements for which it was taken.
Just to add to that, Zach Wadley, Deputy District Attorney. So again, this pot of money must in some fashion be used for transportation-related purposes in the lake, or at the lake. Microtransit's one permissible use. Obviously, there are other transportation uses of that money too. But the money that we're talking about, one way or another, has to go towards transportation at the lake.
And that would be the microtransit.
That's
Douglas
one option for the use of the money.
Okay.
No, we have not. Have we beat this? Are we done debating this? Okay, saying no more debate, I will open to public comment.
Good afternoon, Chairman, Commissioners. Just to throw a little bit more confusion in it, I did go, Elizabeth Learnhardt for the record, sorry. Just to throw more confusion into this mix, I did go to the Tuesday meetings, and yes, the JPA had been approved. This was in response to South Lake Tahoe's frustration with the Tahoe Transportation District. And while I agree that the transportation district's poor performance and exorbitant operating cost, according to Scott Robbins, 250 times higher than a comparable micro transport in Mammoth Mountain Resort, this is concerning. I want to raise some red flags about the South Shore Transportation Management Association as the proposed solution. To start, we don't have any basic transparency from SSTMA. How can we trust an organization that has yet to provide a simple profit and loss statement? This lack of financial accountability is a huge red flag. The fact that this agency, which previously managed a bankrupt and now bankrupt transportation system, is being entrusted with another one is baffling. Why should we expect different results? All they have done so far is to contract with the same operator used by TART Connect in North Lake Tahoe, Western Denver Microtransit. So exactly what are we paying for this extra layer? And I concur with Commissioner Gardner that there is too many layers here already. Let's peel this onion. Let's talk about equity. South Lake Tahoe is trying to serve its residents, stretching as far as Myers, which was proposed on Tuesday, and even Eco Summit with a microtransit. They still have that microtransit as part of their JPA somehow. They didn't specify how. For the same contribution, South Lake Tahoe is getting a much broader range of service, while Tahoe Douglas residents get very little, a little more than the 250 feet initially, but that is because Raley's closed and the tourists have to go to get provisions. Meanwhile, corporate interests, specifically Star Alliance, seem to be the primary beneficiary here. Free transportation for their customers, to bar hop, employees to transfer at no cost. This is not a public transportation system designed to serve the needs of the local residents, but rather a gift wrap package for corporate citizens. And to tell you, I have unofficially asked at the last senior meeting from 100 people there, 88 would use this transit. Thank you.
Ellie Waller, much like the confusion at the Lake Tahoe Visitors Authority and TDVA accountability, microtransit reporting to offset the vehicle miles traveled, which is their mitigation, not ours, for the event center, will be difficult to prove as evidenced by Mr. Proctor's recent presentation to us. It's not just about the Joint Powers Agreement, authority, whatever you want to call it. It's about postponing your decision today until the TDVA presents an event center update that they've even met their required conditions. Why would we fund something if we don't know they've even met their requirements? Just a little accountability from 2022 to 2025, if you fund the $450, Douglas County has contributed a whopping $1,720,000. The next closest is the city of South Lake Tahoe at $1 million. Here's the bottom line. The letter from the SSTMA, that I presented several times in April, to the Nevada State Legislature on the oversight of TRPA. They started with 24 contributors, so there could be a certificate of occupancy of the event center. 24, went down to 11, now it's down to 8. Why aren't Heavenly, Harrah's, Harvey's, Bally's, Hard Rock, Edgewood, I can go on. Out of those, why aren't they funding now? They are major benefactors of this. I don't care if they're California. I don't care if they're Nevada. What happened to their contributions and why are we not asking about that? Why are we one of 8 bailing this out? It makes no sense to me that you as a board can justify being the white knight on a failing project. There are condition permits, provide a combination of fixed route, flexible route, and on demand at 15-minute maximum headways. They haven't even accomplished that. That is a failure of a mitigation. What are the consequences of that failure to the event center operational in the future, and what is TRPA going to do with that? They also report, and we're stepping on the toes of the TRPA bi-state transportation consultation team that meets occasionally when necessary. TTD, the Transportation District, has failed miserably. This needs to come back to the TRPA as a bi-state entity to prove that some of these funds should come from I don't know where, but it is TTD's failure is why we have a JPA. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any further public comment? Seeing none, I will bring it back to the board.
Mr. Chairman. As I indicated a month ago, I was prepared to just go ahead and allocate the entire $600,000 that we had in our budget for this year on this interlocal agreement. And I changed my mind when the JPA was proposed, and under the consideration of Commissioner Hales, who serves on the board of the SSTMA. So anyways, at that time then we said that we would allocate the 150 and we'd hold the 450 until such time as we saw this JPA play itself out. I'm still concerned about this JPA, and however, I'm willing to make I'm going to try again. Okay, let's try again and see if we can do this, and hopefully we'll have an outcome that will be conducive to and beneficial to the residents of Douglas County. Then, therefore, I'm not sure how I want to include that amendment. So maybe Commissioner Hale says something in regards to the entering into this agreement with the understanding that those funds will not be go somewhere else. So maybe you have a better understanding of
Commissioner Hale,
what we could put in a motion as an amendment to this.
Well, so shall I make a motion? I think I can get it. And would you correct me if I need help? All right, then I move that we approve the interlocal agreement and the funding of $450,000 with the additional condition that none of the SSTMA money for our fiscal year 24-25 be used to support the recently formed JPA between the city of South Lake Tahoe and El Dorado County.
if that's your motion, I'll second it.
Okay, and let's...
One question from legal counsel here. It's my understanding, correct me if I'm wrong, that the JPA at this point is somewhat theoretical. It hasn't been formalized or formed yet. Is that correct?
It's been approved to be formed, and as I understood it, all the legal documents were already drawn up. So I imagine they're signed by now.
Okay, I wasn't totally clear on that point. I can work with
that
the
language?
condition that you placed, and I'll draft something appropriately.
Thank you.
Can I make a comment before the vote, or I make a comment?
Oh, go ahead.
I'm asking
No, go ahead.
So, I've been very much outspoken against giving this money to the microtransit system based upon what we get out of it compared to what California does. But there's the concerns about the JPA and the efforts that Commissioner Hales has done to try to get that issue resolved certainly resonates with me. And I would be leaning towards going that route. I was leaning towards going that route. But then when I hear the comments made where if we don't fund this, we somehow, one, we won't have a microtransit system, or two, we could lose the TRPA is going to do what? Close down the event center? Was that what they're saying? If we don't have a microtransit system, then I'm hearing that, well, we really don't have more than a 1 year obligation for that, except that we had to negotiate basically in good faith to try to make the microtransit system work. And then I hear Commissioner Gardner state that we have to give $600,000, that the microtransit system's been relying upon that, and that we need to give that to them to keep them going. I just don't agree with any of that. I'm sorry, I'm trying to be more conciliatory with the board, but I look at this and I'm saying, we have been bending over backwards for this system. We gave $540,000 the first year. We gave $600,000 last year. We're going to give them $600,000 in a minute because I have 3 votes. And where have they gone? They've gone from Kingsbury Grade, I think it was, all the way now to Round Hill. And then Commissioner Gardner says, well, if we can't show a higher demand, we're not going to go more in Douglas County. But you're using Douglas County money. I mean, why are we going to use our money for a higher demand in California, but not use our money for maybe a lesser demand in Douglas County? I just, out of principle, I can't vote yes on it, even though I was leaning that way. And I just wanted to state that for the record.
Any further comments from the board? We have a motion and a second. Yes.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, Jennifer Davidson, County Manager. Just for clarification, I want to make sure that I heard the motion correctly. Madam Vice Chair, I believe your motion was for none of the SSTMA money for our fiscal year 24-25 to be used to support the recently formed JPA between the city of South Lake Tahoe and El Dorado County. is it correct that you intend for none of SSTMA's money or just Douglas County's contribution to SSTMA? Do you understand what I'm asking?
Yes, I do. My
Okay.
intention was none of SSTMA's money. Otherwise, if they spend money and we give them money, we're just supplanting whatever they give to the JPA.
Are we clear on the motion? All right. In that case, we'll bring it to a vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Before we leave this, may I also suggest that someone from the county send a letter to SSTMA saying the nature of our conversation here and the concerns that that we won't make a contribution next year unless these concerns are resolved. Just basically giving them a heads up. Yeah, that can happen? Okay, thank you.
I see thumbs up, so thank you. Can we move on to item number 8?
Could we take a 10-minute break?
We can take a break, 10 minutes. Okay, it's 3:10. If we can bring the meeting back to order. Okay, we're still missing 2 commissioners, so as soon as they return, we will get started. Okay, 5 commissioners are back in their spots, and we will move on to item number 8. For possible action. Excuse me? Yes, a lot of reading. This is for possible action. Discussion 2A, accept the business impact statement prepared pursuant to NRS 237.080 for ordinance 2024-1640, amending Douglas County Code Title 5, Business Licenses and Regulations, Chapter 5.36, Adult Characterized Businesses, to 1, amend Section 5.36.010, definitions, subsection H, adult review, to clarify what an adult review, as defined under Douglas County Code, must be owned, managed, or controlled by an unlimited gaming licensee and must occur within an established and designated showroom or showrooms owned, managed, or controlled by an unlimited gaming licensee. Number 2, add section 5.36.160, injunctive relief, to clarify that any violation of Chapter 5.36 is subject to a civil action by Douglas County for preliminary and permanent injunctive relief to enjoin the violation. And 3, provide for all other properly related matters. B, find the ordinance 2024-1640 is not likely to impose a direct and significant economic burden upon a business or directly restrict the formation, operation, or expansion of business. C, approve the objection process set forth within for any aggravated business to object to the ordinance. Will presented by Deputy District Attorney Zach Waddle.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Zach Wadley, Deputy District Attorney. Sorry for the length of that agenda. Couldn't be helped. But in this case, so ordinance 2024-1640 was introduced originally by the County Commission on July 18th, 2024. And a copy of that ordinance is introduced as attached to your board packet. As required by NRS 237.080, a business impact statement was prepared to determine if ordinance 2024-1640 will impose a direct and significant economic burden upon a business or directly restrict the formation, operation, or expansion of a business. And a copy of that statement that was prepared by staff and signed by Ms. Davidson is attached as well. As stated in the business impact statement, county staff solicited comment from potentially impacted business owners, chambers of commerce, and other entities. And a copy of that mailing list is attached to the business impact statement. No responses were received from any of those entities in response to the notification. So based upon the lack of responses and the other factors that are detailed in the business impact statement, staff determined that Ordinance 2024-1640 is not likely to impose a direct and significant economic burden upon a business or directly restrict the formation, operation, or expansion of a business within Douglas County. Pursuant to NRS 237.100, the county is also required to establish an objection process to the proposed ordinance for any aggrieved businesses post-adoption. And the business impact statement also provides for that purpose. So with that all being said, I'm available for any questions.
Thank you, sir. Any questions from the board? Commissioner, go ahead.
I don't have any questions. I just, oops, almost spilled my water there. I didn't have any questions. I just appreciate you going through this process and seeing this gap in our code and bringing it forward so we can get that gap closed.
Thank you. Any other comments from the board? Seeing none, this is for possible action. So I will open to public comment. Seeing none, I bring it back to the board for a motion.
Mr. Chair, I would move for the acceptance of the business impact statement prepared pursuant to NRS 237.080 for Ordinance 2024-1640, amending Douglas County Code Title V, Business Licenses and Regulations, Chapter 5.36, Adult Characterized Businesses to 1, amend section, am I right there? 1, I want to make sure I'm on the right line, right? Amend section 5.36.010, definition subsection H, as indicated. Add section 5.36160, injunctive relief, to clarify that any violation of chapter 5.36 is subject to a civil action by the Douglas County for preliminary and permanent injunctive relief to enjoin the violation. And 3, provide for all other properly related matters. In addition to that, accept number B, find that Ordinance 2024-1640 is not likely to impose a direct and significant economic burden upon a business or directly restrict the formation, operation, or expansion of a business. And C, approve the objection process set forth herein as presented for any aggrieved business to object to the ordinance.
Second. It's been moved and seconded. We've already had public comment. Any other questions or comments from the board? We had apparently 2 seconds at the same time. So we'll go with what Mr. Noah said. All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes 5-0. Mr. Waddle, thank you so much. And we will move on to item number 9 for presentation only. Announcements, reports, updates from county commission members, including updates on the various boards and/or commissions that they may be a member of or a liaison to, any other meetings, functions that they have attended, and any request by a commissioner for discussion of a future agenda item. We will start at the far end. Commissioner Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The only thing I want to report is I attended the Carson Water Subconservancy District meeting last evening, and we had an item on there. Annually, the CWSD awards to an individual within the counties that are involved in this a Andy Aldax Memorial Award. And Andy Aldax is a noted member of our community. His wife, I believe, still owns property on 395 here in town. And what I really found interesting, which was really good to see, is a picture of the original CWSD board that had Mr. Arthur Settlemeyer, I believe James Settlemeyer's uncle, I think, Andy Haldax also, Mr. Dressler, probably more famous for Dresserville and Dresserville Lane, and also Mr. Kimberling. So obviously we see those names quite often here in this county, and so it was good to see that historical aspect back in the early 50s and how involved our county was then in that entity, which is now 70 some years old. So anyways, that's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
So I finally have something I can talk about. We had a meeting with the NTCD. It wasn't really a lot to deal with Douglas County, but they expressed their concern because they have members from multiple jurisdictions. So it wasn't just to Douglas County, but to all of them, that their budget, they're going to request an additional funding from from the government entities because of the increase in cost for their operations, which is normal because of what inflation's doing. The thing that caught my attention was that Megan Kelly was given a top marks for how well she works. I think she just does an incredible job and has done wonderful things up in Lake Tahoe. But all we can give her was a 1% pay increase, which I think if we don't take care of people like Megan, she's going to be gone and to a place that pays a lot more because she's so highly qualified. I know we don't have the money now, but it's something that we should certainly consider if you want to keep the top people like Megan in Douglas County, working with Douglas County.
Thank you. Commissioner Nosad. Commissioner, go ahead. Hales.
I've attended several of my committee meetings and other related matters. The one thing I want to pause on is I want to make sure that we are working on an ordinance that would prohibit trucks from the Johnson Lane side roads, neighborhood roads, except for local deliveries.
Okay, and I attended TDVA meeting and LTVA meeting. The town hall was a raging success, I thought. And I thought that the candidates, most of them presented themselves well. At the LTVA, it was announced that the Night Monsters, which is our local ice hockey team, will be having their first league meeting on the 24th. And the LTVA also is starting a new campaign. We have been using awe and then some, and now I believe we're going for the land of awe. And so we will see how that pans out. And I attended the South Lake Tahoe joint. The JPAs are not all bad. We have a joint association with South Lake Tahoe and El Dorado County for our waste management at the lake. And the tote program is now fully underway. So everybody now has a tote, 3 totes or 2 totes, depending upon, that sounds like a song, but depending upon your needs. And it was also recommended that our rates go up next year, I believe at 8%, which will still keep us under $30. And I don't have the numbers with me. Unfortunately, I left them on my desk this morning as I was rushing out to make sure I didn't get snowed on. And with that, I will...
Mr. Chair, I had one more thing I wanted to mention.
Sir.
I forgot. Yeah, well, you're the one that's been speaking a lot today. Just an observation. As one of my responsibilities to this board is the Nevada Association of Counties, and also I participate on a steering committee of the National Association of Counties. anyways, there's a national program that we've also been adopting here in the state of Nevada, and that is Operation Green Light. Now, that's a nationwide effort to ask towns and municipalities and communities to recognize through the use of green lights to honor our veterans across the country. And so that activity will be taking place November 4th through the 11th, and it'll be in advance of our board meeting on the 7th. So I wanted to take this opportunity to suggest to our businesses, our business community, and ourselves to try to participate in Operation Green Light in recognition of Veterans Day on November 11th, I believe it is. So anyways, thank you to all the veterans that have protected our freedoms. Thank you.
Thank you. And County Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the Commission. Jennifer Davidson, County Manager. This is a reminder to the members of the public and to this board that the next meeting of the County Commission will not be in these chambers. We do have an election that will be going on during that time. So our next board meeting on November 7th will be at the CVI. We'll see you there, same time, different place. And I do just also want to take this opportunity to thank the Clerk Treasurer's Office, Ms. Bergens, and her team for the outstanding work they're doing during this election season, and the army of volunteers I have heard are 150 plus strong who are showing up to help her put on a successful election. We thank them for their efforts.
Thank you. And I would remind everybody that if you bring in your ballot instead of mailing it, you will save the county a ton of postage. So I turned in my ballot and my wife's ballot this morning, and I would encourage you to do the same. And with that, I will close item number 9, and we will go to closing public comment. Seeing none. We are adjourned. Oh, please do.
It's been a big day for all of us. This agenda didn't kick my butt. Ellie Waller, I agree specific plans are necessary for clarity of development intent, but I have issues with allowing the developer to be the fox in the hen house for design reviews. And know we have limited staff, but some new solutions need to come forward, and I hope this board can come up with some so we do not repeat the design standard violations of Clear Creek Tahoe. Be reminded that evaluating and approving future transfer of development right properties in receiving areas and specific plans also need to be looked at. There are many lessons learned. The strategic growth initiative being adopted was a positive outcome, but the Clear Creek development never should have been a receiving area with the current and past issues of wildland-urban interface. I'll be back to Barton again. The recent article confuses people. A series of hearings on proposal by Barton to move its main hospital from South Lake Tahoe to State Line has been postponed in order to conduct environmental analysis. Again, I've mentioned this process is ridiculous. Mr. Purvance told the planning commissioners that a helicopter could land on either side. That doesn't really matter. Also, the hospital will be built up, hence the 85-foot peak. In all likelihood, this could be 100 feet with things on top. So when this does come forward to you, you will be taking a look at it. The public has a right to know who to address, Douglas County or TRPA or both, on potential issues and known issues. I'm hoping somebody will generate a table so we're not wasting our time or wasting your time on issues that are not applicable to Douglas County. Short of calling it fiscally irresponsible on microtransit, why isn't somebody, and I don't care who, because they're not going to listen to me, talk to TDVA about why we only have 8 donors? I understand we needed certificate of occupancy. That's why you had so many donations in the first year. But why aren't the major benefactors like Harrah's and Harvey's and Star and Bally's and so on? And also Commissioner Gardner brought up future DART services. I'd like to see it agendized so the whole county can talk about DART services. Thank you.
Elizabeth Learnhardt, for the record, I can't have her have the last word. So I will ask you, when will the Douglas County administration notify the local residents at the Lake District and the parents of George Vitale High School about the plan at Warrior Way for putting a transportation bus hub right next to the school? Why is this even a good idea? Warrior Way is already at capacity, particularly during school kids pick up and drop off. There are thousands of acre forest lands all along Highway 50 for a TDD to build their bus hub. I don't see why this needs to be built there and create a user conflict and, how can I say it politely, manipulate the school board into an agreement because they own Warrior Way and have to agree to it. Thank you.
Any further public comment? Seeing none. Now we are adjourned.